shortlisted Lilian Mahirizaja, who was Hassan's deputy at IEBC for the position of a High Court judge. In total, JSC has shortlisted 31 candidates for the position of Court of Appeal judge and 141 for High Court judge. The Commission has now invited shortlisted candidates for interviews set for June 20th to July 6th and July 18th to August 24th, respectively. Others include Employment Court Judge Indu Manderi, who is seeking to join the Court of Appeal, former Kenyan National Human Rights Commission CEO Ms. Patricia Nyaunde, who has also been shortlisted for the position of Judge of the High Court. JSC is seeking to recruit 6 more judges of the Court of Appeal and 20 judges of the High Court to address case backlog, and has urged the public to submit information on the shortlisted candidates that may be of help to the Commission. Now, the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission has gazetted the names of all county and constituency returning officers who will be in charge of the August 9th general election. The Gazette notice dated April 28th indicates that IEBC Chairperson Afula Chebukati will be the returning officer of the presidential election on August 9th as required by law. The returning officer for Kenya citizens residing outside the country will be Abdi Kadir Malim, and the deputy returning officer is William Tumaini Kahindi. IEBC named the 290 constituency returning officers and deputy constituency returning officers in the notice. Deputy President William Ruto has said it is only Kenyans who can assess his work. He said it was very clear where the country was before Jubilee assumed power in 2013 and now. Ruto noted that between 2013 and 2017, the Jubilee government invested heavily in water, electricity, education, health, agriculture, among other sectors that transformed many lives. He said the phase that was to follow post the 2017 election was the implementation of the Big Four agenda, which he says collapsed due to the handshake. And the Cabinet Secretaries Joe Musheru and his Health Services counterpart Mutahi Kagwe accompanied the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya presidential candidate Raila Odinga to a meeting with leaders from Nyeri County. Raila has for the last 4 days held a series of meetings with leaders from the Mount Kenya region aligned to Azimio la Umoja Kenya coalition in a bid to strengthen the coalition ahead of the August polls. During the meeting, the party said it will next week make public its manifesto. Raila said the newly formed grassroots committees will work hand in hand with the presidential secretariat to deliver votes come August. The two cabinet secretaries have unanimously rallied behind the Azimio presidential candidate, saying that Odinga is best placed to accomplish President Kenyatta's development agenda. Meanwhile, Kagwe urged Mount Kenya region to support Raila's quest for the presidency. Now, the Kenya Healthcare Federation, the Health Sector Board of Kenya Private Sector Alliance, has lauded the Ministry of Health and the government for securing the deal for Moderna Inc. to set up a $500 million manufacturing facility in Kenya. The plant will be the first in Africa to produce 500 million doses of mRNA vaccines to the continent each year. KHF CEO Dr. Anastasia Nyalita says Kenya healthcare system, with its large and well-trained and skilled workforce, including specialists in state-of-the-art medical facilities spread across the public and private sector, makes Kenya ideal for the Moderna vaccine manufacture. Now, bodaboda operators in Moyale sub-county are urging the national government to lift the dusk to dawn curfew in the sub-county, saying it has negatively affected their businesses. The dusk to dawn curfew was imposed by the Cabinet Secretary for National Coordination and Internal Security, Dr. Fred Matiang'i, in the entire Marsabit County on May 1st this year as a security measure following criminal activities that led to the loss of lives and as a way of confiscating illegal firearms which are in the wrong hands of the area residents. The bodaboda operators said there were no killings witnessed within Moyale sub-county, hence it should be excluded from the curfew, adding that they were incurring losses for closing businesses by 6 p.m. Now, the Kenya Urban Authority is warning you against land fraudsters purporting to sell 2 parcels of land owned by the authority opposite City Cabanas along Mombasa Road. The land in question, according to the authority, was acquired through compulsory acquisition. Through a public notice, Kura Director General Silas Kinoti said the authority had acquired the 2 parcels of land situated between the Nairobi Expressway operational and maintenance offices and Rampton's building opposite City Cabanas along Mombasa Road. Kinoti further explained that the land was acquired from Strategic Industries in 2014 for the sole purpose of completing the construction of the City Cabanas interchange. This is News. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nyeri.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
I like listening to you guys. You're the default radio station in my car in the morning. Even the children listen to you guys.
I agree Parliament has failed this country. And I will say it again. We have not done what we should have done.
We know in this country, the Kenya prison sector is one of the most underfunded sector.
The way it is being done and the way we're calling it Huduma number them Msema Kweli is because all records will be there. You know, there are people who are now billionaires with no history as to how they got all these assets.
Yes. Anything that the president does that is not in accord with the constitution is an illegal act. You know, he shouldn't be doing it and he should be sitting here and trying to sort of guise it up.
I totally believe live transmission of results and allowing Kenyans to be able to view all these results. I believe that it will be impossible to steal elections.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning this Thursday. What do we have in store? The 5th of May looks like it's going to be pretty busy. A lot of traffic on Mombasa Road has already started and we're just, piling it up slowly, but we're not at a standstill just yet. Likely will not be, but there's a lot of traffic coming into the city via Mombasa Road today. Joga Road is also building up at this point in time. Everywhere else still sleepy wake up this morning, but we're just going to have to take a look, see what it looks like in about half hour or so. But it looks like we started off Thursday in not too bad way. Kamkunji at the roundabouts, then heading into the CBD via Haile Selassie Avenue this morning. Doesn't look too bad, but likely to pick up as well. Okay, coming off Thika Superhighway as well, traffic has begun here and there all the way through to Outer Ring. And we'll probably see a pickup of that in the coming hour. Let's talk. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127. Let's keep things moving this Thursday.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
After what? After 6 on the 5th day of the 5th month, 2022. 5522. Or shall we just go back to our days? It's the 5th day of March 2022. Good morning and welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room. City Muga, how's it going?
The going is cold.
Yeah.
Yes.
Kabisa sinio?
You heard that? Nibridi.
But the rain is going away. I mean, it's not raining as much as it was.
I stopped trying to understand these things. I just take it as it is. If it's raining, I know it's raining. It's cold, I know it's cold. Trying to figure out why it's cold, no, it isn't cold, doesn't help because it's still cold. But it's cool, it's pleasant. Yes, you see, it's my body that doesn't like the cold, but it's pleasant.
Okay, and you, Ndu?
Me?
Is you cold?
I am fine, thank you. Am I cold? No.
He's not cold?
I'm a warm basket of goodies. Oh, sorry. Am I feeling cold?
Sawa basi.
Eric, why are you asking one basket many questions?
Sawa bwana. Sawa basi. We just come with a picnic.
You just need to show up.
Just come with a blanket. Sit down. Basket is ready.
Una, good morning. How una day?
Kabisa. Those ones. Everything is fine.
You're Kabisa?
Yeah.
That's
They're
good.
all good.
Good.
All very good. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. Today is Thursday. It's Justice Thursdays, and we'll be having a Justice Thursdays conversation back online at 7 a.m. today. We'll be joined by who? You don't know?
Is it a question that you're looking for an answer,
It
or
isn't a
just
trick
one of
question.
those?
It's an actual. It's an actual.
It's a question for
Yes, meaning
question's
today,
sake.
at that o'clock, which he has just mentioned, who will you be having for our conversation?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to be joined by Doris Muyrigi, who is the Vice Chairperson of the Energy and Petroleum Tribunal, understanding the role of this tribunal in the country, what exactly they do, and then how what they do affects us.
Okay.
That's our Justice Thursday conversation today.
Yes.
Right?
And then at 8 a.m.?
At 8 a.m., we will be talking to a senator from Egypt. But in this capacity, she'll be talking to us from the Merck Foundation about how Africa has been helped to bounce back from COVID-19. Dr. Rasha Helej.
So she's an Egyptian senator.
She's a what?
An Egyptian senator.
Yes, she's a senator from Egypt. Let's put it like that.
Okay. He's still serving as a senator.
We'll ask her those questions when she comes here.
Yeah. And who's Merck Foundation?
Merck is a foundation that she works with and for.
Okay. Okay. There's a cosmetics brand called Merck.
That's MAC, M-A-C. This is Merck.
And they sell foundation. Okay.
No, sorry. It's
MAC.
Oh, good Lord.
And the MACK now, that's the vehicle. The huge lorry.
The lorry.
The one with the big snout. That one.
Then there's also Mac Daddy. Okay.
And then there's MERC, which is short for Mercedes.
Good Lord.
Bas. So who's coming?
Yeah.
Is it vehicle people?
Is it cosmetics?
Cosmetics people?
Okay.
Which of them is coming?
Not the cosmetics people. No, not the cosmetics people. Okay. So you'll get more information as they come. But this foundation that's coming is Merck, MERCK. Okay. And they've been involved. It's an organization that is involved in health, well-being, does a lot of things in terms of water and sanitation.
Health, well-being.
When the lady comes, we'll speak to her. Stop looking at me as if I work for them.
The well-being of health.
The well-being of health is coming.
Yeah.
Nessa Azawa, Asante. Welcome to the conversation. Keep it here for that and more. Let's begin with tracking COVID numbers.
All right, let's look at Kenya's numbers at 10 this morning from a sample size of 2,329. Positivity rate of 0.4%. 0 recorded deaths. Again, that number. Just looking again at those numbers of cumulative tests that have been taken in the country, 3,605,860. Total confirmed cases in the country so far to date from the 15th of March 2020, 323,806. Way less than 10% of the population, about 150,000 shy of 10% of the population, and cumulative fatalities so far in the country of 5,649. Okay, so what are we looking at around the world? We're looking at 327,840 COVID-19 cases. A lot of these cases still coming from those countries which have been in the top 10 of COVID from the very beginning. It's interesting because over the last 2 years, the 10 countries that, 8 countries have remained in the top 10 and have only ever swapped places with 2 other countries. So we're looking at the swap happening between Spain, Italy, Turkey, Iran. The other countries have remained in the top 10 in the names of the United States and Brazil and India and France and the UK. Those numbers have remained within those countries and really haven't moved, except for those others that we say now dilly-dally between top 10 and top 12. So the majority of the world's COVID-19 cases have remained in 12 countries for the last 2.5 years. Let's look at what's going on in Shanghai right now. They're cleaning up the city, guys. They're calling it a COVID-scarred Shanghai. And I have a problem with this headline because if we're just look at the numbers that I've given you in terms of what's happening in Kenya. 300 and something thousand. China, with a billion-strong population, has less COVID-19 numbers than Kenya does. Right? And the Beeb is saying that Shanghai is COVID-scarred and will finally exit lockdown. It's taken more than a month, but Shanghai's leaders now think the city's COVID outbreak is almost contained. They've ordered a mass cleanup, an army of people disinfecting thousands of compounds and residential areas, aiming to eradicate the virus. China's financial capital will open, but it will be gradual, tentative and cautious. The brutal war against Omicron has left a scarred city, they say. People as old as 100 are among those who tested positive and were taken to quarantine centres. There were very few exceptions. In the 5 weeks that there's been a lockdown, people have talked about the fact that they've been unable to go anywhere. Well, I guess that's what a lockdown suggests. And except to the end of their compound, food has been provided for you at your gate if you needed to. If you needed to go out, it was just for essentials. And essentials in this case is food and medicine. Nothing else. You cannot go to the park. You cannot go get a haircut. Things like this. So Shanghai will come out of that gradually and things will get back and be hunky-dory once again.
It's very important to note that you're talking about close to 30 million people.
Yes.
Actually staying indoors and not moving. Right? And they're not being, there's huge riot. They tried to sell that story. There are people who are coming out, they're demonstrating. It's going to be riot. It's going to be breakdown of law and order. Nothing. 5 weeks contained. 5 weeks, no military trucks on the streets at enforcing National Guards, and who. Nothing. The people of China
did as they were told.
Yep.
And nobody died from it.
When they talk about, this being, authoritarian regime and all, in authoritarian regimes, you would see heavy presence of the military trying to enforce such kind of an order. This is not one such.
No.
Let's take a break. 18 minutes after 6, Kenya's biggest conversation. Are you online? Because we are on YouTube and Facebook. Say hello. We'll be doing our roll call shortly.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. Brought to you by Colgate. Standard Group's Farm Kenya initiative is the umbrella entity for all agriculture-related channels, activities and investments. The media platforms under the Farm Kenya initiative include the Smart Harvest Weekly Pullout in the Saturday Standard, KTN Farmers TV, a 24-hour agribusiness TV station, Maisha Kilimo, a weekly agriculture show on Radio Maisha, AgriTalk on SpiceFM's morning show The Situation Room, and Grind na Agribiz on Vibes Radio morning show Morning Vibes. Find us online at www.farmers.co.ke, an integrated website that creates and aggregates agri-content, hosts a digital marketplace, and wide range of agri-data. Other platforms include specialized events such as the annual Mkulima Expo, quarterly Farmers Kenya Breakfast, and dedicated social media platforms at Farm Kenya 254. Farm Kenya, working to secure your growth.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning, a bit of a sprinkle in the forecast at 15 currently. We'll see highs of 23. 24 will be the high in Nakuru, where it's clear at 14, and 15 degrees and cloudy in Nyeri, highs of 23 and lows of 14. It's partly cloudy at 12 in Eldoret, highs of 25, and we'll see lows of 12 as well today. It's raining in Mombasa at 25, highs of 30 and lows of 24. Rain showers also in Malindi at 26, highs of 30 and lows of 26. 19 degrees and mostly cloudy in Kisumu, highs of 29 and lows of 18. 15, and we're looking at mostly cloudy conditions at 16 in Kakamega. 27 will be the high, and lows of 15 today. Looking out into Kampala, it's raining at 22, highs of 27 and lows of 19, and rain showers also this morning in Dar es Salaam at 24, highs of 30 and lows of 23. Johannesburg, clear at 9, early morning, going into the day, highs of 21, back down to lows of 9, and it's mostly clear in Lagos, still early at 24, we'll see highs of 32. Mostly cloudy conditions at 24 in Kinshasa, highs of 32 today. Looking at a warm afternoon in Beijing, right now at 27, we'll see highs of 30, back down to lows of 16. It's 10 degrees and cloudy in Paris, highs of 20 and lows of 9. And at 10, London is clear, highs of 20 and lows of 10. And around things off in New York, well, it's still Wednesday evening, mostly cloudy conditions at 15, coming into Thursday, highs of 19 and lows of 13.
Spice FM. Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
All right, 21 minutes after.
Done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Towns, Mtwapa in Kilifi. That's where Capido Shem is tuned in from this morning. And Amos Freeman is tuned in from Kimilili. And he says he's iko ndani kama chai kwa flask. Wow. Okay. Samuel says, good morning, tuning from Oyugis this morning. And it's raining in Mombasa, in Miritini. Yes, we see that. And he says he's tuned in. He says, watch it to Chape Kazi. Indeed, Lemuga. Zachary Ondio is tuned in from Kimilili as well. And he says it's so cold here at 21 degrees this morning. It's really cold. And it's raining. My goodness. The people in Timboroa might say something else. Karori Kamau says, good morning, he's tuning from Wiki. And Robert Mpogo tuning from Mombasa this morning. Hey, Rimuruti, where is that? That's where Benson Mwasia is tuning from. Where's that?
Rumuruti.
Is it? It's like Ethiopia, I believe.
Rumuruti.
Yes. It's like Ethiopia.
Rimuruti. Rumuruti.
Not Rimrutu. No.
I'm just reading it the way the Oga has spelled it. Anyway, Ivewa Francis says, good morning. It's raining heavily here in Mombasa. Yes, it is. We've seen that on the forecast. Waterman Jeffrey tuning from Minneapolis in Minnesota in the U.S. Good morning. Good night to you. Good morning from Sky Karish. And Michael Musili says, tune in from Pangani and enjoying the show already. You guys make my morning. Asante, he's waiting for today's Wisdom City. I hope you have oiled everything ready to go. George Machuki. Is it Machuki or Mashuki? Says, good morning from Kasarani. So many of you online. I don't know if I can get to all of you all, but I see you. Amimo Vin says he's tuned in from Rarieda. Geshori Waraini is tuned in as well. Tukomacho, that's Ben Mwende. And Dole Joe Jr. says he's tuned in this morning as well. John, Yobesh, Collins, Bay, Wamacha. We see you guys this morning. Thanks for joining us. Good morning.
Kabisa, everybody, welcome. There's nobody from Rodi Kopani.
Rodi who? Rodi what? Rodi where?
Rodi Kopan.
Not now.
Okay.
Maybe soon.
Sawa. City, the proverb.
We are now in the delightful country of Rwanda.
Okay.
Yes.
Land of 1,000 hills.
Yes.
Are they more?
There could be, but let's stay with 1,000 for the time being.
Okay.
Right. You can outdistance that which is running after you, but not what is running inside you.
You can outdistance
that which is running after you.
Okay.
But not that is running inside you.
Why?
My God.
Sheesh.
Okay, sawa basi.
Hi. Sawa basi. You can outdistance. Okay. Is it of note to see that they didn't say outrun?
Outdistance.
What's the difference?
The difference is you can stay ahead of it.
Outrunning is running faster.
Outrunning it is meaning mpaka now it's completely done.
They're
not catching up with you again.
It's meaning mpaka now. Yes.
They are not catching up with you.
Okay.
Okay, let's look at the newspaper headlines. www.standardmedia.co.ke. Are you a member of our active online community? Become one, please, by just going onto their website and seeing premium content. For instance, they're saying, there's a story here, fleeing Ukraine, African refugee speaks out. Thousands caught up in the carnage also suffered from racist treatment. And this is now the personal story of people who were fleeing the conflict in Ukraine. We remember those headlines at the initial stages of the Ukraine conflict, where there was open and direct discrimination between Europeans and non-Europeans, and the treatment that they were getting, especially at the border with Poland and others. So they speak out now. You can find that content on the Standard newspaper. What's in the papers?
Well, the story that's carried on I think a number of papers this morning. Tribunal to hear judge's graft case. It's on the Nation as well as the Standard. JSC, the judge in Sonko case to face tribunal. It's on page 5 today. The fate of Justice Said Chitembe lies in the hands of a tribunal to be appointed by President Uhuru Kenyatta after the Judicial Service Commission recommended his suspension for gross misconduct. So we saw this yesterday. In a statement signed by the JSC's chair, Chief Justice Martha Koome, the Commission stated that they are satisfied that there are sufficient grounds of misconduct to remove Justice Chitembe and recommended to the President to appoint a tribunal to investigate him. We know that this is the process through which a judge of his standing then essentially would be looked into, that it would be the President who would recommend it. The JSC then cannot. They can make their recommendation to the President because many questions were rife yesterday. So then what happens and why is it that the President is being asked to make this recommendation? According to law, he's the one then who would be able to do that.
He appoints a tribunal. The tribunal then
goes ahead and investigates. Their findings then will now print the next course of action. The Commission is satisfied that the petitions on allegations of impropriety and gross misconduct against Justice Chitembe discloses grounds for his removal from office and has resolved to send the petition to the President for his further action, according to Koome. It will be a battle for survival for the judge after the tribunal, which will have a second chance to re-evaluate the evidence and either recommend his sacking or his reinstatement. According to Article 168 of the Constitution, the judge will be suspended from office until the tribunal makes a finding on whether to recommend his sacking or he be reinstated. Justice Chitembe becomes the 8th judge in post-2010 constitution to face a tribunal over allegations of misconduct and bringing the judiciary to disrepute. Others who have been suspended and subjected to a trial before a tribunal are former Deputy CJ Nancy Baraza, former Supreme Court Judges Jackton Ojwang and Philip Tunoi, former High Court Judges Joseph Mutava and Martin Muya, and Labour Court Judge Njagi Marete. Dr. Baraza opted to resign instead of waiting to be sacked after the tribunal found her guilty of misconduct, while Tunoi retired from the judiciary before the tribunal could conclude its work. Justices Ojwang and Marete, however, survived and were reinstated after the tribunals found no evidence to support the allegations. Mutava and Muya were sacked after the tribunals found them guilty of misconduct. In this particular case, the JSC was investigating 3 petitions which had accused the judge of impropriety in handling a succession dispute while serving at the Malindi High Court, and the impeachment case against former Nairobi Governor Mike Sonko. Sonko, in his complaints, alleged that Justice Chitembe mishandled his case as a result of land dispute where the judge swore to teach him a lesson. According to him, he had an interest in land which he, Sonko, had rejected. He said the judge then decided to revenge by instigating the dismissal of his petition and upholding his impeachment as Nairobi governor. So there were many things that came and that have been thrown at him, and because of this, JSC has decided, well, all right, there are grounds.
There are grounds here, man.
Questions can be asked here, so let's find out exactly what's going on.
Why not for Sonko's publication of these allegations, the Sonko leaks?
Yeah.
Would this action have gone this far?
No.
Remember, Justice Chitembo was under investigation by investigating authorities.
DCI plus.
Yeah. But it was until this now became public that even the JSC actually moved to begin this probe and said, okay, so let us see what is being said here. Let us see the evidence being adduced here. The cases of the raid in the High Court and Justice Chitembo being requested to kindly escort the DCI officers to go and record his statement and talk about some money that has been found or not been found.
In his office or not
his
his
office.
office.
Or not his office, or whether he was going to Justice Mchelule to just go and pick him up, go have lunch. All that had not elicited this kind of reaction until Sonko did the Sonko thing.
It seems as though this silver bullet that he had in the chamber was the one now that released this action. And when he fired those shots, suddenly I say, hold on a minute, is there something we ought to look at here?
No, here we can't ignore.
And the only recourse is to say, okay, well, we've done it and we've seen that it's possible that there's some questions that need to be answered here. And President was saying, you know what? If you say go ahead, go ahead.
Let's see what transpires at the tribunal. Remember, tribunal, it's not a given that the tribunal will find him guilty.
No.
The tribunal will now investigate properly, give him an opportunity to be heard, conduct its own investigations. The tribunal may come back and say, actually, not sufficient grounds to warrant the dismissal of a judge.
So reinstating.
Several other judges have faced the tribunal and they've come back.
We had a Supreme Court judge who went through a similar process.
Yep.
Came out at the end of that tube, squeaky clean.
Justice Marete, Njage Marete, went through the same thing.
Ojwang
came out and said, you know what? In fact, I want to be Chief Justice.
Simple. Yeah.
I mean, I've been through it all.
Next thing, come on. Now I'm applying. I want to be Chief Justice.
But you know what is interesting is you ask yourself the question, what would be the outcome of complaints that are brought to the fore concerning High Court judges if indeed this tribunal found one of their own to be culpable or to be guilty? And how many complaints do we actually hear? Okay, there are those we read of, but that can't be the sum total of the complaints that actually get to them.
No, can't be. Probably many more that fall through the cracks.
Yeah,
that you don't hear about.
It just comes in, and maybe the JSC team looks at it and says this is not sufficient to drag a judge through all this. Because you remember, when a judge is taken through this whole process, at the end of it, their reputation is either elevated or it's tainted.
Or destroyed.
Completely destroyed.
Yeah.
We have a similar body. That body is the medical dentists.
Kenya medical dentists.
Doctors, medical
doctors.
Board. And the tribunal are now within it.
They have a tribunal.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, you come across a case where a medical doctor, one of their own, is censored. But it's rare. It's very rare.
It's rare to find them throwing one of their own under the bus.
Rare. Very rare. So is it a case of due diligence being done and them actually giving a verdict that represents the truth? Or is it a question of them protecting one of their own?
But remember, even that tribunal also consists or comprises members who are not of the medical fraternity. It brings in civilians as well into it. Same thing, that just like this tribunal that the president is going to appoint, it will have a wide composition of people. It will not only have judges or members of the judiciary. So they'll sit and look at it from all angles.
The real tragedy in all this, in my mind, is when we have a situation where we have gradually but most certainly lost faith and trust in the systems that we have within the country. It begins with the supreme organ called the government, okay? And then the tributaries of this particular government. You approach it the first port of call is suspicion. Are they really going to do? And it ought to be the opposite.
There should be no feeling, actually.
No, there should be a feeling.
There shouldn't be like, oh, they're probably not going to, or these ones, they're going to let him go. There shouldn't be. It should be neutral emotion at that point, that this thing is going before this tribunal. Let's wait and see what
and
the
they can
outcome
be
is going
trusted
be.
to do what is right.
Exactly.
But what would you have mistrust in this one? Tribunals in this country, since the 2010 constitution, have sent home 2 judges and forced one to resign.
They have 2.
Yeah. Out of 6.
And we are saying that is the sum total of judges for whom complaints have been forwarded to them.
Sufficient.
For
Sufficient
whom
complaints.
sufficient grounds have been found
Yes.
for further question and investigation.
By the same body of the same lot of people, isn't it?
Yes.
I don't want to be a wet blanket. I would really rather not. I'm simply raising the question. Yes. I would like to believe that these tribunals will do what is necessary, because it would be wrong for someone to be cast into utter darkness when indeed they are innocent. It would absolutely be wrong.
Well, you're not very far from
the person who speaks for tribunals will be here with us.
Yeah, and tell us. But CT's sentiment is not far from what a lot believe as well. That, you know what, no way is anybody going to throw their colleague under the bus. This tight network of folks who, I mean, there's no way they're going to destroy their person unless.
I think you ought to remove yourself from that, CT. Elevate yourself.
I should stop being a doubting Thomas.
Yes.
And have faith.
We have a tribunal, media complaints tribunal, that comprises of people, and it deals with issues. All these tribunals will comprise members of the same professional fraternity,
understandably,
and others. Okay. Now, if people do not take proper complaints to the JSC about a judicial officer, a judge, then the JSC will not have anything to go with.
You know, there's so much I don't know.
And we cannot just say, because Justice Ndu has been mentioned somewhere, Justice Ndu should go home.
No, she shouldn't actually. They should take her through the process. You see, I do not wish to be a doubting Thomas, but unfortunately...
That's exactly what you are becoming. 23 minutes to 7, Kenya's biggest conversation.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. Brought to you by Colgate.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah!
You're listening to SpiceFM.
Did it really happen if you didn't take a pic? Capture every moment with the new
Mombasa road
Galaxy
traffic this
8.
morning is already doing the business, and we're seeing it coming out through towards Imara Daima as it made its way out through Cabanas past the SGR, moving further back. And from the Weybridge is not too terrible this morning. Getting onto Outer Ring from North Airport Road, we'll see some traffic this morning. Outer Ring is where you have a lot of action as well. The Southern Bypass looking pretty good on the other side, so there's an option of what to use when you're going into the city. Jogo Road, already looking at bumper to bumper just past Makadara as you're heading out towards the City Stadium roundabout. Langata Road really jam-packed. Ngong Road not giving people the nightmare that it was just the other day. And then Uhuru Highway getting into the city will not be too bad. Thika Superhighway is where it has packed up quite some as you're coming past that Utali Drift out towards the Pangani Underpass and then onto Muranga Road. Coming off Kiambu Road as well, we see some traffic. But everywhere else looks all right. Coming out of Westlands, not too bad this morning. But we will keep an eye on things. Let us know what's going on in your neck of the woods. Are you stuck somewhere? Find a good route, let us know. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Spice FM, Malindi. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings.
All right, it's 20 minutes to 7, Kenya's biggest conversation. So now, there's a headline in the Standard today. the man to be Ruto's deputy. Yesterday we were talking about Kalonzo and Azimio running mate, search for Azimio running mate. That story is also here in the Standard. So first, the 7-member panel that's to pick Raila's running mate says it will not interview candidates, but it's asking political parties, if you have somebody that you think should be Raila's running mate, please forward their name to us, and then we shall take them through a sieving process. We were already told yesterday by Sabina that among the first parties to do this was NAC, which has already forwarded the name of their party leader, Charity Ngilu. So let's see whether Wiper and the others, and NAC Kenya, and what's Mwangi Kiunjuri's party? PNU, not Mwangi Kiunjuri. No. Agriculture CS.
Munya.
Peter Munya's party, PNU, will forward their names. Okay. On the other side of the divide, Kenya Kwanza, the headline here says, with slightly over a week remaining for presidential candidates to pick running mates, Tharaka Nithi Senator Kithure Kindiki emerges as a favorite to deputize Kenya Kwanza leader in a shortlist that also had Gachagua as a contender. The story here is talking about a panel that has been sitting and exploring options for Ruto's running mate, which has been leaked. And supposedly now the report has been handed over to the DP to pick his running mate. But they say that they found Professor Kithure Kindiki diplomatic, with experience in government, comes from the eastern side of Mount Kenya, which has never produced a deputy president or a president. So it's Mount Kenya, but it's Mount Kenya East. This other side of Mount Kenya has produced a president too. Okay? Rigathi Gachagua, who comes in second, the Madeira MP, comes from Nyeri. And you know, Nyeri's most prominent son was buried just the other day. And he was the third president of the Republic. So, you know, as much as Rigathi Gachagua, is strong, but now there's that bit. According to Nyeri too. Then there's a court case that he's facing. However, Professor Kithure Kindiki, no court case. Professor Kithure Kindiki has served as Deputy Speaker of the Senate, has served in the leadership of the Senate, has been close with the Deputy President, working with him for many years, even serving as his lawyer at the ICC. So he can be trusted. When I looked at this headline, I thought, okay, so is this testing the waters?
It's a time-honored tradition from the Kanu days of Yo, when there were two individuals.
Mm-hmm.
There was one Gino, there was one Sharif Nasir, who would come out and announce some of the most outlandish things you ever heard. And you wonder what on earth these people were talking about. Some of it even appeared to be sentiments that were opposed to the government. They were testing the waters. I believe they are testing the waters. Everything that, as I said, with politicians, you must download the software for interpreting what they're doing.
If you don't have the prerequisite software,
you're going to misunderstand this thing completely. This isn't an easy ride for any party. This election, the one we're talking about, 2022, it's not easy for any party, for any coalition. It's not. It's not easy to try and determine whether they're going to get there. It's not easy within your own coalition, within your own party. Everything is up in the air. And this is good for the country. And the particular oil in the fly in the ointment here, what gives you the correct impression of what's going on is just the large number of independents. Sabina Shege told us here very clearly that very many people, hard neck of the woods, the pomp and fanfare that was characteristic of political campaigns is no longer there. People have looked at the scene. Many of them have decided, no, I'm not going to burn my money. I'm going to go in as an independent. Those huge parties, and let them continue. Let me present myself as myself. And let the people decide.
The independents have their own party. Okay, it's a forum.
The independent.
They're calling it the Independent Candidates Forum of Kenya. They even have a chairperson who's Esther Njiro. All of them, including Reuben Kigame, not all of them, but many of them were meeting in Nairobi yesterday. And remember when we spoke about the independents, one of the independent candidates called here and said, there's something that's unfair here being pushed by the IEBC. And this is a matter of that we have to go and collect not just signatures, but copies of IDs of supporters from across the country. They're saying this condition imposed by the IEBC does not provide a level playing field. We wish to categorically state that this requirement is discriminatory, untimely, punitive, expensive, intrusive to citizen privacy, and a requirement not enforced by IEBC in previous elections. The group comprises those eyeing elective seats in August 9th general election, and the aspirants are running for the presidency are, for example, supposed to collect signatures of 2,000 supporters from at least 24 counties before they get clearance.
Let me ask the question. When you register a political party, are there not some fundamental requirements you must have in terms of the membership, etc., etc., etc.?
Yeah, what do you register a party?
Yes, and also the diversity. It must be, it's a national party.
It's a national party. It must have membership from across the country, at least half of the county, X number of signatures.
Okay. Now, when you want to become an MP, are there any such requirements? Must you get signatures? Must you get no signatures? Must you what?
Nope.
Precisely. When you want to become governor, must you?
Nope.
Senator?
Nope.
Women rep?
Nope.
MCA? So why independent?
So it's like IBC is treating independents as parties.
Because you have that platform as a party, all these things that you require. You have the membership, you have et cetera, et cetera. Because as a political party, there's a certain threshold for membership that you must have to then be recognized as a party, right? You can't have a political party and it's you and your 10 neighbors who've decided, okay, let's just do this thing, right?
Yeah.
There's a threshold you must meet. So it's like the IEBC has said, all right, as parties, you've already met it. As an independent, well, then it's you and your posse. So let's at least make sure that there's some kind of...
The posse is widespread. Is it fair, though?
I don't think so, because by nature of it, you've gone independent because that support you did not get from the said platform.
Okay.
You've gone independent because you do feel you as an individual have enough support on the ground, number one, right? True, you do feel that
you have enough support on the ground.
Okay, so now IEBC is asking you to
10.
prove that feeling. Prove that feeling.
Yes.
Okay, I get it.
If you feel that you have enough support, then...
Just show us the support.
Yeah.
Just show us the support. Then we can then grant you this platform upon then which you can run and politic. Yeah.
Because you're costing the country. Just by vying, you are costing the country. You are costing us.
Because what did we see now? Even with that, there's a certain level of protection that the state will then provide.
Yes.
There are certain things then that you, the status at which you now have this candidature, you are now recognized by state. Whereas before you were just, the jolly old Joe who was leaving his house and going to work and coming back. Now the state recognizes you. So there must be something upon which that recognition is pegged. Prove it. The party doesn't have to because they've met the threshold.
This being independent is not very good.
It would appear not.
We can raise that conversation later on in the show and ask, really, is it fair? Is it unfair? They are saying, the independents are saying, this is unfair. It has never been exercised before. 2013, it wasn't. 2017, it wasn't a requirement. Why now? What's informing you? There's nothing in law that says an independent candidate must garner or must have nothing. So what's driving the IBC to do this? It's a good one. City, what are you looking at?
I am looking at a very interesting story coming out of Morocco.
Okay.
I didn't know until today that when you give birth to 9 children, they are called nonuplets.
Nonuplets.
Yeah. Nonuplets.
Yes.
Now, there's one delightful lady by the name of Halima.
Delightful.
Yes.
9 at once. I mean,
9 at once.
Have them
not
every
9
2
every
years
9
and then
years.
all of them put together, you call them.
Mara moja. Okay. Halima Sise, 26. She's Malian. But
I was going to say Sise is not a Moroccan name.
No, not a Morocco. But her husband, who works for the Malian military, when she's about to deliver, they had figured out this isn't a normal birth. They flew her to Morocco because they felt that is where the children have the best chance of surviving.
Right.
Now, unfortunately, in the past, when children have been born, this number of children have been born, none of them have survived. So these children actually broke the Guinness Book of Record. They are all well, they are all surviving, and they are all
1 year down the road.
Yes, and they're all crawling.
Wow.
Imagine 9 small people crawling around your house.
All.
Wow.
And I take the view that these aren't the only children you had.
Nope.
So in one fell swoop, well, give or take, there are a few others whom you've had. You have a football team, a basketball team. You even have an athletics team.
You already have a basketball team and subs.
You give it time. You have a voting block. Okay. I thought this was delightful and interesting news, wouldn't you say?
I think
this is something big.
Because I'm looking at the picture of those children. Man, they look lovely.
Yeah?
Yes, they do.
Look at CT.
Hey.
By the way, just so that you know, when they were born, they weighed 500 grams and 1 kilogram.
Oh, wow.
Yes, that was the range. Okay.
Wow.
This is very, very good indeed.
Wow.
This is lovely.
It's nice.
Wow.
Yes, and then there's the little bit of looking after them.
That's why they're still in hospital.
Yep. 9 children are many.
That's why they're still in hospital.
Even if they are born over a period of time, they're still many. When they're born at once, they are truly, truly, truly many. Wow. 5 girls, 4 boys.
Wow.
Sheesh.
Their father has not been back to see them since they were born.
No.
Now the father has come back.
Yes.
With the other children.
To meet another army.
Father's in the army. He has created his
own army.
Hey. Okay. Big story.
Indeed. A woman who was forced to cohabit, quote unquote, has lost her case in Mombasa. The High Court in Mombasa has dismissed a case by a woman who had accused her family of forcing her to cohabit with a man. You wonder, what? Okay. Justice John Mativo said Ms. Kajal Kishore Rundia's grievances can be addressed in a matrimonial case. This was interesting. Bundia had accused her father of conspiring with another family to take her to Webuye with the intention of detaining and forcing her to live with one Mr. Sawan Chimantal. The judge upheld an objection to the case by Mr. Chimantal and her father, who had argued that the court did not have jurisdiction to hear the suit as it involved a matrimonial dispute or issues which fall under the jurisdiction of the High Court Family Division. The court handling the matrimonial case will be better suited to determine whether there was a valid marriage. It will weigh down the veracity or otherwise of the diametrically... these are many adjectives here. But in other words, this court cannot handle this case. But the interesting thing about this was that it was not a dispute as to whether she was being held against her will. It was not a dispute as to whether she could have been married off to this fellow by her parents. Mm-hmm. The issue here was, you're in the wrong court. So take it somewhere else. So this girl has come and said, you know what? My father has conspired with this other guy across the country to marry me by force. And I don't want it. She went to court. She went through this whole process of 12 months. And they finally tell her, actually, you know what?
Wrong court.
Wrong court. Take it somewhere else. So she's got to start the process again. In the meantime.
So which court is this that she went to?
House. She went to the High Court in Mombasa.
And she's been told to go to which court?
She's been told to go to the same High Court, but the matrimonial
division.
Yes.
Based on what she's applied.
Yes. But in the meantime, where is she? She's going to Webuye, to her new quote-unquote husband's house, until the court can hear her case.
Hey. Okay.
And the only time the court can now can intervene is if she has been subjected to any kind of cruelty.
Yeah, that's when now the High Court comes in.
Yes.
When there's now some form of
abuse or something.
Criminality.
Yes. But until then, Auntie.
Okay. There's some 2 stories in the paper, and these are about succession. Okay. In the Standard today. One is about a house in Parklands that is called the Desai House. The Desai House is an iconic one, and it was owned by freedom fighter Jashbai Motibai Desai. It is set to be auctioned for 412 million shillings, following a ruling by the Environment and Lands Court that the property in Parklands within Nairobi be sold through a public auction after the beneficiaries of the Desai estate failed to agree with a private developer who's been claiming part of this property. Desai is one of the oldest buildings in Parklands and one of the few remaining monuments where Kenya's freedom fighters would seek refuge from the torment of the colonial masters. Mr. Desai turned his home into a room for all where Mau Mau freedom fighters would sneak at night to strategize, while politicians including Jomo Kenyatta and Jaramogi and Mwai Kibaki used to go there as a meeting place. So what happened? The property was acquired by Mr. Desai in 1937 after he migrated to Kenya from India. The pre-colonial house has stood for more than 85 years. Desai stayed in the house until his death in 1991. Before his death, Desai in his will had bequeathed the property to his two children, Deepa Pulling and Niranjan Jashbai Desai, and his two grandchildren, Sandeep and Kevit Desai. The four were to have equal shares. Desai specified in his will that the property was not to be sold unless there was a unanimous decision by the four of them. All of them must agree for this house to be sold. Otherwise, you all have equal shares.
Okay.
Now, since the Deepa and Niranjan were not living in the country at that point, and Kevit had alternative residence, they agreed to let Sandeep take over the property. Now, Deepa and Niranjan are the sons of the late Desai. Sandeep and Dr. Kevit are the grandchildren. So they allowed grandson Niranjan to live in the house. To let Sandeep take over the property. He's been living there since 2000. Despite Desai's last wish that his house should not be sold unless the four beneficiaries agreed, a dispute arose in 2016 where Niranjan and Kevit sold their combined half share to Suchan Investment Company Limited, which is owned by directors Kamal Shah and Smita Shah. So these are the new owners.
Mm-hmm.
They come and meet this Desais.
Mm-hmm.
They have two Desais. So since the parties could not agree, Justice Samson Okoh in November ruled that since Niranjan and Kevit had sold their shares, the private developers also had a stake and they all owned the Desai house. The judge directed that Deepa, Sandeep and Suchan Investments Limited agree on how to partition the property to each one of them. Development company that was sold by two, plus these two remaining Desais, could not agree. They are now told, okay, now sell this
share
thing.
the house.
Yeah.
Sell it and share the proceeds.
Yep. Another story in the Standard is about an old politician whose name was Kiboen Komen. Mr. Kiboen Komen was a big person.
How big?
Yeah. He was a big man. He was a big boy. And he died in 1997, leaving his three widows, Magdalena, Sote, and Rachel Komen, plus some property comprising 3,600 acres, some petrol stations, shares at the East African breweries, parcels of land scattered across Nakuru and Baringo counties. Three widows and their children. For the last 25 years, cases around this property have been in court on who administers, who manages, who gets the proceeds from it. The story is there. It's a very interesting story. On Sijumara, one son goes and says the mother should not be the administrator. One woman goes and says, I cannot be the administrator anymore.
It's crazy, these things.
Yeah.
Amongst family, it's madness.
Big issue. And if you look at exactly what you're talking about, 3,600 acres.
Or more. So you just agree and share. What is it?
And that is not all. There's now others.
This is just one. Petrol stations. I was going to say police stations.
Even police stations. You can't even put them up. Surely. Hey. More money, more problems.
I'm telling you.
Aki. Keep it here for more conversations. Ndu.
Yeah.
Ebu, remind us about Colgate and what's happening.
So, you got to brush your teeth, right?
Yes.
That's what you do. But now, what we're saying is that as you do that, the stuff that you use, Colgate, go into any Naivas today, buy a packet of Colgate toothpaste. 10 shillings from that goes to make sure that well boring together with Colgate now can sink water wells. Have they been doing this in the past? Yes, they have. Over the last few years, many counties around the country have benefited from this. And they're saying, you know what, we've seen the change that it has brought about in the lives of many who could not really access water. Let's do this for 7 more counties in the country. let's sink 30 more water wells for 120,000 more Kenyans to be able to benefit. And we can all be part of this as well. To say, you know what, provide this much needed resource and let more people have access to it. Stop being sick. Stop having to go for miles as children to seek it in the morning.
Indeed. Keep it here for more. Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Former IEBC Chairperson Isaac Hassan is among prominent Kenyans who have been shortlisted for the position of Judge of the Court of Appeal. In an advert on the dailies, the Judicial Service Commission has also shortlisted Lilian Mahiri Zaja, who was Hassan's deputy at IEBC for the position of High Court Judge. In total, JSC has shortlisted 31 candidates for the position of Court of Appeal Judge and 141 for High Court Judge. The Commission has now invited shortlisted candidates for interviews set for June 20th to July 6th and July 18th to August 24th, respectively. Others include Employment Court Judge Ndumanderi, who is seeking to join the Court of Appeal, former Kenyan National Human Rights Commission CEO Ms. Patricia Nyandi, who has also been shortlisted for the position of Judge of the High Court. JSC is seeking to recruit 6 more judges of the Court of Appeal and 20 judges of the High Court to address case backlog and has urged the public to submit information on the shortlisted candidates that may be of help to the Commission. Now, the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission has gazetted the names of all county and constituency returning officers who will be in charge of the August 9th general election. The Gazette notice dated April 28th indicated that IEBC Chairperson Ofula Chebukati will be the returning officer for the presidential election on August 9th as required by the law. The returning officer for Kenya's citizens residing outside the country will be Abdi Dahir Malim, and the deputy returning officer is William Tumaini Kahindi. IEBC named the 290 constituency returning officers and deputy constituency returning officers in the notice. Now, Deputy President William Ruto said it is only Kenyans who can assess his work. He said it was very clear where the country was before Jubilee assumed power in 2013 and now. Ruto noted that between 2013 and 2017, the Jubilee government invested heavily in water, electricity, education, health, agriculture, among other sectors that transformed many lives. He said the phase that was to follow post the 2017 elections was the implementation of the Big Four agenda, which he says collapsed due to the handshake. Now, Cabinet Secretaries Joe Mucheru and his Health Services counterpart Mutahi Kagwe accompanied the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya presidential candidate Raila Odinga to a meeting with leaders from Nyeri County. Raila has for 4 days held series of meetings with leaders from the Mount Kenya region aligned to Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition in a bid to strengthen the coalition ahead of the August polls. During the meeting, the party said it will next week make public its manifesto. Raila said the newly formed grassroots committees will work hand in hand with his presidential secretariat to deliver votes come August. The two cabinet secretaries have unanimously rallied behind the Azimio presidential candidate, saying that Odinga is best based to accomplish President Kenyatta's development agenda. Now, the Kenya Healthcare Federation, the Health Sector Board of Kenya Private Sector Alliance, has lauded the Ministry of Health and the government for securing the deal for Moderna Inc. to set up a $500 million manufacturing facility in Kenya. The plant will be its first in Africa to produce 500 million doses of mRNA vaccines to the continent each year. KHF CEO Dr. Anastasia Nyalita says Kenya healthcare system, with its large and well-trained and skilled workforce, including specialists in state-of-the-art medical facilities spread across the public and private sector, makes Kenya ideal for the Moderna vaccine manufacture. Now, boda operators in Moyale sub-county are urging national government to lift the dusk to dawn curfew in the sub-county, saying it has negatively affected their business. The dusk to dawn curfew was imposed by the Cabinet Secretary for National Coordination and Internal Security, Dr. Fred Matiang'i, in the entire Marsabit County as a security measure following criminal activities that led to the loss of lives and as a way of confiscating illegal firearms which are in the wrong hands of the area residents. The border operators said that there were no killings witnessed within Moyale sub-county, hence it should be excluded from the curfew, adding that they were incurring losses for closing businesses by 6 p.m. Now, Kenya Urban Roads Authority is warning you against land fraudsters purporting to sell 2 parcels of land owned by the authority opposite City Cabanas along Mombasa Road. The land in question, according to the authority, was acquired through compulsory acquisition. Through a public notice, Kora Director General Silas Kinoti said the authority had acquired 2 parcels of land situated between the Nairobi Expressway operational and maintenance offices and Rampton's buildings opposite City Cabanas along Mombasa Road. Kinoti further explains that the land was acquired from Strategic Industries in 2014 for the sole purpose of completing the construction of the City Cabanas interchange. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
At a few minutes after 7 o'clock, quite some traffic on the roads this morning. We're looking at that spillover from Mombasa Road out towards North Airport Road, quite heavy. And then onto Outer Ring. It's a bit of a mess this morning, to be honest. And then going out in that whole direction and turning around, coming back at that Changome Junction. Very, very heavy this morning. The Southern Bypass, however, looking good. That's an escape route that you can use this morning. And then you're going to come round and you might get stuck on Langata Road because there's quite some traffic there as well, all the way through to the junction at the T-Mall roundabout, and then even further ahead as you're going out towards the Nyeri Stadium. Rilo Zinga Way, you can use that and get out into the city. Gong Road also piling up now, and we're seeing Jogo Road started really early, and that continues all the way through to Landis out towards Kamkunji. Uhuru Highway through to the CBD out towards Westlands, really heavy as well, and the Thika Superhighway doing the thing in double doses this morning, as is Kiambu Road, Limuru Road, that whole area. We are in traffic hour, half an hour early today, and it looks like it's going to be that busy Thursday. Plus, the rain is coming down in some parts, so you want to be careful, guys. Let us know what's happening where you are. Talk to us. SpiceFM, KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up.
It is 7 minutes
down.
after 7. Good morning, and how are you doing? Welcome to the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation, the Situation Room. Other people in other countries that use the Gregorian calendar are in May. It's the 5th day of May 2022. We have a new calendar in this country, and so we are in March. It's the 5th of March 2022. We know why. It's because we are still waiting for the end of the first quarter when electricity bills are going to be 15% cheaper as promised by the president. And also for people to start using the expressway as promised by the president. And also for General Badi to open Uhuru Park as promised by the president, among many other things.
This March is long, man.
Sindio?
So many things to do. So they get on it.
And then we get into April and we launch KOT2, the Kipevu Oil Terminal, second one, with more berths. All these things.
Things are coming now. And you know, in July, UHC is supposed to be now rolled out properly.
Proper, big time, in July.
And then there are those who actually dare say that the government is not working.
The government is working.
All these things.
It has created a calendar.
All these delays. The government is working.
It has created a calendar. City has the day's proverb.
Indeed, I do. Our proverb for today's from Rwanda. You can outdistance that which is running after you, but not that is running inside you.
You can outdistance.
Not outrun.
Outdistance.
That which is running after you, but not what is running inside you.
It's true.
What's within you is yours.
Can't run away from it.
So if you have a running stomach, it's within your stomach.
Oh, wow.
That which is running out of you. It's Justice Thursdays, hashtag Justice Thursdays, where we talk about all matters of justice and having better and greater access to justice. Remember, the Chief Justice is running through a strategy on what? Social justice. Okay, I'll remember it. I'll tell you. The strategy about accessing to justice, blah.
Access to justice.
Yeah,
it's social.
Smoother access to justice.
There's something about social.
Yes.
There's a social word somewhere.
Social transformation.
Social transformation
So
and
through
justice.
access to justice.
There. Social transformation through access to justice. Stage.
It's actually quite profound when you think about it. Social adjustment through
Transformation of justice.
Accessible.
Accessible
Very
justice.
Yes. No, it is a good thing.
Mid last month, that was mid-March, we were still in March, we hosted Miss Anna Suga, who was the registrar and head of the Secretariat for Tribunals. And she came here and told us, there are very many tribunals. From the political parties dispute tribunal. She told us about other tribunals, and she was like, okay, so I am the registrar and I'm the secretariat of all those tribunals, but you'll be hearing from the other tribunals as time goes by. Today is one of those days when you hear from one of those tribunals, and timely so, because it is not yet end of March. There's a tribunal called the Energy and Petroleum Tribunal, and the Vice Chairperson, Doris Muyrigi, joins us in the studio. Good morning, Doris.
Good morning, Eric.
Good to have you in the Situation Room.
Good to have you.
Welcome
Good to be here.
Welcome to the hot seat.
Thank you. It's not hot so far.
I know. Your blue
was
has
very
neutralized.
kind.
Cindy,
Yes.
she's always like that.
Kabisa. When I'm seated at her right side, it won't be that hot.
Did you hear?
Yeah.
I invite you to my right side.
Which is not hot.
Yes.
Well.
Okay. So, Doris, the Energy and Petroleum Tribunal. Who are you? Who established you? What do you do?
Thank you again for having me. And in our calendar, it's me at the tribunal. So the Energy Tribunal is established under the Energy and the Energy Act, and also under the Petroleum Act. So it's guided by Twin Act. I think for you to understand what the Energy and Petroleum does, you have to understand first what the regulator does. And last week, I think EPRA, the regulator, was here. So the regulator grants all licenses for electricity, petroleum, and renewable energy. So, the EPRA regulates the energy and petroleum sector. And based on the regulation, it's where the tribunal comes in. So the tribunal hears all appeals or decision, if you're dissatisfied with any of EPRA's decision, then you come to the tribunal. Yes. So the tribunal is anchored in the Energy Act, but hosted by the judiciary.
Okay.
So we are based in the judiciary, and our budget is supported by the judiciary. So for you, what would that mean? For example, when you ask who are the people who come to the tribunal, if, for example, you're a petrol station, like what has been going on, and your license is cancelled, you come to the tribunal to appeal the decision of the regulator. Eric, if you're having problems with your power bill, you will first go to Kenya Power, exhaust all the mechanism, you appeal, you tell them this is not the power I pay.
The first mechanism is lipa kwanza. I love to engage.
Actually, that one is the second. The first one is the disconnection.
Kwa transformer.
Yes.
Umekatiwa kwa kikingi.
So assume, Eric, disconnectiwa. You appeal to Kenya Power, then you go to the regulator, EPRA, and tell them, look, I object to this and all that. If you're dissatisfied, then you come to the tribunal.
Tribunal.
Yes, because you can't first come to the tribunal without exhausting the Kenya power mechanism. But now if you're looking, for example, to generate power through geothermal or, solar, you'll go to the regulator, apply for the license. For example, it's denied. That decision is appealed to the tribunal. For example, if you are transporting oil and you did something or didn't, and your license is cancelled, you come to the tribunal. Okay. So that's why I'm saying you first have to understand what the regulator does. So then what we do mostly is listen to disputes relating from the decisions of the regulator and also decisions of the cabinet secretary of energy.
Okay.
Yes.
So what we're saying is that the floor is open. Anybody essentially can come to you. We're not just talking about just industry, but individuals can then come to you. So now, dissatisfied with EPRA's decisions, for example, across...
Or appealing,
Or appealing a decision that they have made across board.
Yes.
So you are essentially not established for EPRA. Are you?
Nope. We're established for Kenyans.
Okay.
Yes. And just to look back at what the Energy Act and Petroleum sought, it's if you look at the energy sector, it literally drives the economy. So what was hoped with the energy sector regulation is that there are speedy decisions. That is, the investment is high, it affects your daily life. So there are speedy decisions from, whatever decisions are made. That way then, if you don't have to go to court and wait. And another unique aspect of our tribunal is that it's not just lawyers. We have engineers, we have electrical people, guys who have the expertise. That way, you come to the tribunal, it's efficient, it's fast, because it's not bogged down by the rules and all that. And then you have experts. For example, are specialized in energy and petroleum law. The chair of our tribunal is Senior Counsel Kyoko Kilukumi. Then we have 2 engineers there and, other lawyers. So what was hoped with the tribunal is that it is efficient and, facilitates the energy sector move as it should be and facilitates decision making. That way, if you are appealing against your license, you're not stuck in court for many years, and because our turnaround is very fast.
How fast? Is your turnaround specified in law, in the Act, and says that you shall dispense with the matter which comes before you within?
Actually, the people whose decision, it's EPRAs must make their decision within 30 days or 60, I'll confirm. And then also, I think when the registrar was here, said that we must be... The reason people come to the tribunal is so that we are fast. For example, the last matter we disposed of last Thursday, we hadn't determined it within 2 weeks. Yeah. So we sit mostly every other Thursday. So when this tribunal hasn't been sitting, and one of the reasons I think the judiciary wants people to know that we are back. We haven't been sitting for the last 5 years. Because of quorum. So we just started 2 months ago. So if there's anything I want Kenyans to know is that Energy and Petroleum Tribunal is back. If you have any matters you want us to deal with, please.
Explain this quorum, please.
Okay. So the law provides that there are 7 members, one at the chair and other members. The chair is appointed by the president, and the other members are appointed by the cabinet secretary after a competitive recruitment process. So what happened is that the members were appointed, but unfortunately the process of appointing the chair took long. So we couldn't sit without a chair.
And it's the president who appoints a chair?
Exactly. So
sole discretion?
No.
Nothing?
No. You go through a recruitment process, advertised, everywhere you apply. Eric, you can also apply. So you apply, but you won't qualify for chair because you must be qualified to be a High Court judge.
Must be senior counsel.
But Eric qualifies to be a High Court judge.
Is he a lawyer?
No, he's well versed in environmental matters.
He can be a member.
Energy.
Yes, the tribunal wants members who are qualified, but the chair must be qualified to be a High Court judge. So what happened in that, first a new law came, the Energy Act came in 2019. By that time, the quorum age or this appointment, we haven't been setting. So we just started sitting 2 months ago.
Okay.
Yes.
Doris, if I may ask you,
Yeah.
over those 5 years, what happens to all of those individuals or companies or institutions who had issues with decisions then made by this regulator and then could not bring them to a tribunal and then unfortunately maybe had, decisions made against them or that they could not hear or their issues then could not be heard? What happens to them? Or are you seeing now where they will now come and start bringing those cases to you?
They went to the High Court. The court was still open to them. And we are having some matters now come back.
Okay.
So what happened immediately, we came, we convened 2 months ago. We called everybody who had ever filed the matter within those years.
5 years.
Yes.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, some of them, time had lapsed. Some had gone to the High Court, but we've had some of them. We've cleared a lot of cases within the last 2 months. Supported by the judiciary, we've been, clearing a lot of matters. And we hope by the end of this year to have no backlog at all. Yeah, so they would go to the High Court. Unfortunately, the process is longer. So I think now there's some relief.
I sense a glitch here, but maybe you can explain. So in law, how do you get members, these 7 members to the tribunal?
So
according to the law.
The act is very clear, the Energy Act, about how the appointment is done. So
such a lawyer, the law is clear. Okay.
The one thing which is
the
never
law
really
is clear.
The law
is
the
very
lawyer,
clear.
it is clear. She's going to share with us the clarity. Please go on.
The law is clear. Anyway, so the act provides that the CS will set up a selection committee. So the selection committee is gazetted, where people are part of the selection committee. Then what they do, they advertise, they advertised in the newspapers for anybody who wants to sit in the tribunal. So everybody who sat then, we went through a very rigorous process of interviews. Then they were appointed. You're vetted and go through all that. And then the CS gazettes you. Yes.
Are there timelines? Does it say that in the event there's a vacancy in the tribunal,
Yes.
the CS shall within X number of days establish a selection panel, which shall within X number of days give him names, and then within X number of days appoint?
No, I don't think it's timed like that. It's assumed they will.
So we're basically just saying that, the CS shall notice that there's a vacancy in the tribunal, and then the CS shall act in good faith.
No, but you forget there's also a secretariat based at the ministry. The ministry has a secretariat also advising the minister and telling the minister, the tribunal is not, the term will come to an end in March. There is a CEO of the tribunal based at the ministry. So there's the minister is actually well informed.
Okay.
And the current minister is actually very, interested.
But is there anything that compels the CS to kickstart this process?
Yes, what compelled the CS is the coming into effect of this law in 2019. The things that the CS was meant to do as this law came into effect is appoint a tribunal.
Does the government have representatives within this tribunal?
Nope. It's independent. Yeah.
Are you saying the government is not independent?
You don't, because you're appealing against
the decision of
you appeal against the decisions of the
government,
the
authority
of the CS and the authority.
Well, I appeal against the decision of the authority to a High Court. They're not part and parcel of the government.
Do you mean the executive city?
Oh, no. I'm actually very specific. Let me explain to you what I mean.
By government, do you mean government or do you mean executive?
I mean Serikali Kuu. You see, Serikali Kuu, the judiciary is part of Serikali Kuu. Okay? 3 arms of government, we're told. Is that not so?
Yes.
Working in tandem, however, independent of each other.
But they're part and parcel of the government. So
Yes.
all I'm saying is that this intermarriage exists. Like if you look at the board of most parastatals, they are government representatives,
Yes.
depending on the ministry.
Yes.
So it's with that in mind that I'm asking that, okay, you have a tribunal. I've understood. You have the chair whose position, learning, pedigree is equivalent to that of a High Court judge, then the other members, etc., etc., etc. I think I've answered my own question.
Yes.
I've answered my own question.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, good.
I've answered one
I
question.
was trying to reach,
Yeah,
Doris, to
yeah.
the reason why we'd not have a tribunal in operation for 5 years,
Yeah.
despite the law, despite a process for appointing and constituting this tribunal being in place.
And how clear it is that
Yeah,
ought
it
to
sounds
be.
like it's left to the political will of the cabinet secretary and the president. And if the president sees this tribunal has just been saying everything that we do, the
Coming
tribunal
against
just
us.
comes and says this tribunal will not sit.
Are you the equivalent of a court of appeal?
No.
Then how is it then that issues that were determined by the court and there were issues still come back to you?
No, they are not coming to back to us. In fact, you appeal the decisions of our tribunal to the High Court.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's that's the level of the tribunals.
Okay, so
Yeah.
then essentially the say of the tribunal at the end of a matter is not final.
No.
That if there's still a dissatisfied
Yes,
party at the
yeah.
end of the process,
Yeah.
they still have the preserve to go to
the High Court.
High Court
Yes.
to then
Yeah.
appeal this decision.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's interesting that this has all come back at a time where there are woes with the regulator in the country.
Yes.
Right now, over the last 8 weeks or so, there's 6 to 8 weeks, there's been this issue about fuel not being available at the pump. Fuel, then also the prices being shot through the roof.
Yeah.
And that there should be, in terms of we seeing the levies and all of this consolidated to make sure that Kenyans don't pay too much at the pump.
Yeah.
And at the same time, the oil marketers get what they need.
Yeah.
Have you seen that you have seen an increase? I mean, you've been back to sitting for 2 months, you
Yes,
said.
yeah.
Have you seen that there has been an increase in some of these cases coming to your desk based on what has been happening in the country recently?
I'm glad you didn't ask me if we will lower fuel prices.
No, but I will.
when you put up the poster that I was coming here, everybody's like, "Oh, I hope you guys can lower fuel prices." Well, we don't, unfortunately. So we have seen a spike of interest in the Energy and Petroleum Tribunal since all this the fuel crisis began. So people have been coming. Wanting to know what they can file the matters. If you can come and say, no, I want the fuel prices lowered. And what we've been doing with the Secretariat is telling people what the tribunal can hear or not. If they first have to go to the regulator. So that's, and I like that you guys are the DG of EPRA here. They first have to go to the regulator. And when you go to the regulator, what you're asking is, you're first objecting maybe to the pricing mechanism, because there's a pricing mechanism, or what would come then is the regulator has been saying they will punish
The errant players.
the errant players, whatever punishment. So the errant player, whichever punishment is meted on you, then you can come and appeal to the tribunal. So there has been an interest and more matters have been filed. So though I can't discuss that, there has been an interest and a lot of matters filed in the tribunal. And what I'd want your listeners to know is that there is an Energy and Petroleum Tribunal that is working, that is there to sort out their matters and to listen to them. Yes.
Tell us about one such decision that you made in the recent past that one could argue was beneficial to the public.
All our decisions are beneficial to the public.
Okay. Choose one then.
So
this should be simple.
I can say one of the decisions that came to us recently that we made a decision on was the LPG truck that caused an accident. You remember on the highway?
Yes.
Yes, that topped and so what happened to that player? Their license was cancelled. So they came to appeal to the tribunal, wanting their license back. And we had that matter, the interim application, and delivered a ruling last Thursday.
Okay.
Yes. And another one...
Is it something that you can discuss in public or it's still...
So I can say the interim decision of the tribunal then was the license the decision of the regulator was not reversed in that case.
Okay.
Yes. Another of the interesting matters we are having is about from the Kenya Power. So people who have been, have had their paying for electricity and it's not connected, they appeal through the mechanism, then they come. So I want to show you, we hear from all matters. So, for example, if a pole has passed by your home, you didn't want, you say you hadn't been consulted, all those matters will come. As I said, if she has applied for a license for solar, and it's not granted, all that comes to us. So those are the kind of decisions we are dealing with. So in terms of electrical, renewable energy, and petroleum. I know there's a lot of interest in petroleum, but there's also other aspects of the energy sector.
What's your caseload? How many cases do you actually have before you in the course of, say, a month or in a year? And then second question one, that was question 1A. Yeah. Question 1B, how many cases do you manage to actually go through in the course of a month?
So when we started off, we had a caseload of 12 matters.
1, 2.
Yes, 1, 2. When we had just started, we've managed to clear 6 in the last 2 months. So we had 12. We've cleared what we found pending. So we cleared 6. What has happened? We have had now new matters within the last 2 months, around 4 to 5 new matters. Yes.
So within the last few months, you started with 12.
Yes.
Dispensed with 6.
Yes.
And there's 4 more that come.
Yes.
That have come.
Yes.
So you have 10.
Yes.
Before you now.
Yes. And you must know, we are not permanent.
You only sit on Thursdays.
Yeah, we are, it's not, tribunals are not meant to be full-time job.
Right.
Yes, yeah.
So what determines your sitting?
The matters. Like now, because we haven't sat in so long, there was a move to ensure we are sitting often and hearing all matters. Okay. Yes, and again, to serve the purpose of tribunals, we will have to meet often. Otherwise, then if your matter doesn't is not resolved within 2 months or 3 months, we are not playing our role. Okay. So we are there to expedite matters, to serve justice in a fast way.
Okay.
Yes.
It's 7:30, Kenya's biggest conversation. Doris Muyrigi is the Vice Chairperson of the Energy and Petroleum Tribunal. We are talking about the job of this particular tribunal in resolving disputes arising from the oil and gas sector. Right? That's correct.
Yes.
So oil and gas.
Yes. Energy, oil and gas.
Energy, oil and gas.
Yes.
Okay. Doris, you have a phone. There's a new phone that's been released and launched by Samsung.
Yes.
It's a new A series.
Yes.
A33, A53, A73. Beautiful phones. Now, one of the things that we have with the current phones is people, if you're in the light and you're trying to read a message or type a message, you have to angle your phone in such a way that you'll be able to see your screen.
Or angle your head.
Or angle your head.
Create an imaginary
This
visor with your hand.
particular one has an awesome screen, bright and clear display, enhanced outdoor visibility, a super fluid display, high resolution, super AMOLED, beautiful.
Super what?
AMOLED.
In Kimeru?
My friend.
Wow.
Just substitute the L with R.
And it's Meru.
And add a D between E and add an N.
Add an N.
Super Amorend. And that is Kimeru proper. Telling you more about the A73, the A53, the A33, the Samsung A series. And you can also trade in with your old phones. If you have a J series, an A series, the older A series and others, you can trade in and get this brand new phone. Just come out of the R&D department at Samsung in Korea. They're coming. Ours will be landing soon, and we'll show you.
Abbas.
And then we'll strike a deal on how you can trade in your old phone.
Thank you.
Time for a break. We'll be back shortly.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. Brought to you by Colgate.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to SpiceFM.
Whether it's your graduation,
I love you,
or your engagement day, for those unlimited moments, nothing can capture them better than the new Oppo Reno 7 AI triple camera. Or step up your selfie game with the ultra-sensing selfie camera and save them all with the 256 GB memory space. Comes in exquisite fiberglass leather design in sunset orange that will definitely get your friends talking. The brand new Oppo Reno 7, unlimited me in portrait.
Mostly cloudy conditions in Nairobi at 16, a bit of a sprinkle here and there. Highs of 23 and lows of 15. At 15, it's sunny in Nakuru. Highs of 24 and lows of 14 today. Mostly cloudy conditions at 16 in Nyeri. Highs of 26, or rather 23, and we'll see 14. As the low, we'll see lows of 12 today in Eldoret, where it's partly sunny this morning at 14. We'll see highs of 25. It's a rainy morning in Mombasa. Some have said cats and dogs. 30 will be the high, lows of 24, and mostly rainy conditions in Malindi as well at 25. The cats and the dogs are here as well. Highs of 30. Kisumu is mostly sunny at 20. Highs of 29. We'll see highs of 27 in Kakamega, where it's mostly sunny at 19. Looking out into Kampala, it's raining at 21. Highs of 27 and lows of 20. It's raining as well in Dar es Salaam at 23. Highs of 30. Today, 9 degrees and clear in Johannesburg. 21 will be the high, and we'll see highs of 32 in a mostly clear Lagos, currently at 24. It's 24 and raining in Kinshasa. We'll see highs of 32 and lows of 23.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise.
You're listening to
Spice FM. Make the great escape from Mombasa Road this morning. Use the ICD route, then join with the Southern Bypass behind that. If you're going to stick on Mombasa Road, it may not be too bad, but we're already at bumper to bumper in some parts. We're looking at Imara Daima outbound, some traffic there. So certain part of the road was closed off, surprise, surprise, to continue with some construction there. So that means it's going to slow down considerably. North Airport Road, then going towards Outer Ring. There's some traffic. Jogo Road, really heavy this morning, folks, as you're getting out towards the roundabout at the City Stadium. Uhuru Highway at all your roundabouts is a problem. Haile Selassie, then going towards University Way, and then going out towards that whole mishmash of networks of roads at Chiromo, going out towards Westlands. Traffic, and just a little bit more. We're also looking at it on the Thika Superhighway, really heavy towards the Outer Ring Junction, Kiambu Road, both directions, in and outbound. Limuru Road, doing the same thing. We are in traffic hour this Thursday morning. We'll take a look and see what happens in about half hour. Let us know what's going on with where you are. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
23 minutes to 8, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mornings
Doris,
done right.
Chairperson of the Energy and Petroleum Tribunal. Just before we come back to this conversation, one extra thing about the new A-series Samsung. See, when you go to Shags for Christmas, and of course you're Meru, so your family is big.
Yes.
Everybody is there, and you want to take a photo.
Yes.
And sometimes you have this challenge of, okay, so the way I'm trying to put this phone, landscape mode, but there are people who are outside the frame.
Yes.
This one has an extra wide angle camera.
To capture the whole Meru clan.
You'll capture the entire clan, plus the mountain behind you.
Does it fix all our,
Yes.
you know,
Yes.
Your what?
our faces, you know, the
Yes,
way we have the old people's face.
It doesn't make people disappear.
Yes.
The lighting.
Fantastic.
And if your preference is not faces but feet, it can also take pictures of feet. Yes.
What? Really?
And the grass. And the cows behind.
And the mountains.
Yes.
And the mirror.
Okay.
Yes.
Everything.
Wow.
Now you get it.
It sounds fantastic, actually.
Now you get it.
Yes.
Back to the tribunal conversation.
Yeah.
And, you were telling us about very many things about how this tribunal is established, how it sits. You've been sitting now for the last 2 months.
Yes.
And you've been pretty busy. And there have more matters that have been brought before you.
Yes.
I'm like a dog with a bone on this one.
Yes.
You have not sat for 5 years.
Yes.
Because the president had not appointed a chairperson to this tribunal, and also the issue of selection of members of the panel.
Okay. I think let me clarify so that I don't leave here people thinking the president didn't appoint.
Yeah.
So this is how the selection procedure was to happen. When the new law came into place, the Energy Act and the Petroleum Act, which were all assented on the same day, that the CS of Energy was then to set up a selection panel. So they set up a selection panel. The selection panel, then in the Kenya Gazette and in the dailies, invited people to apply. Mm-hmm. The first time, I think people didn't know of it. I also didn't. There weren't many people who applied.
Okay.
So there was still
A re-advertisement.
A re-advertisement. So, and I think, Eric, I may not have said this clearly. When the selection panel starts sitting, they must recruit within 14 days. So they first did for members.
Okay.
So went through the process of members, re-advertising and all that. Then after, they invited chair after our process of members. Again, there was a re-advertisement in the chairs. I think it wasn't responsive.
Not many people came.
Yes. So, yes, there were delays in appointment and all that, but still it was done within the prescribed format. And I want... You're very disappointed by this 5-year lapse. I hear you. Yeah, but I want you to focus now.
On the last 2 months.
Yes. No. That there is a tribunal, an energy and petroleum tribunal working that is fully constituted with excellent members, if I must say so myself, that is well supported by the judiciary and the ministry to expedite all matters relating to energy and petroleum. So yes, there were mistakes in the last, there were lapses in the last 5 years. But what is that Kenyan saying? Yeah, they don't see.
I was thinking
of Tuku at least.
No, I was actually thinking of something that perhaps we borrowed from our former colonizers. Justice delayed is justice denied. That is what came to mind.
She wants you to be positive.
No. But he has a point. But I want to tell you that people still had access to justice, only not through the tribunal, but they were going now to the higher court.
Just it was delayed.
It was a longer process.
Yes. I agree.
Yes.
I mean, not to find fault.
I agree.
The tribunal expedites things.
Yes.
You are heard, everything moves, and there are timelines which are set by which you take your matter to the court.
Yeah.
You join that whole queue.
Yes.
And with the queue comes the backlog.
Yes.
You join it.
Yes.
So, yes, the matter is before the court. But when will it actually be determined? Tribunals were set because it was understood that there are certain matters which, if you take through the normal justice system, you will not achieve what is required. That is really all that we're saying.
Yes, and I agree. Yes, and I totally agree. And I hope this is a challenge to all the, decision makers and policy makers, anyone in that decision to know if going by what, even in studio and the comments, people really want justice and people want their matters heard. So yes, just because it's good doesn't mean it can't get better. Whereas we are positive, yes. And I think as a tribunal, what we are looking forward to is ensuring all the people who've waited now don't have to wait any longer.
What do you do to ensure that people actually know of your existence?
Starting with talking to you guys now. I hope now people know. And as our registrar, Anna Suga, said, we want to go out on a sensitization mission to let people know. This is our first interview. We want to let people know that the Energy and Petroleum Tribunal is back. Yeah, so I think with the judiciary will put in place a mechanism and a sensitization plan for people to know that there is a tribunal. But I hope by coming here, at least many more people know that there is an Energy and Petroleum Tribunal.
Even as you work out those kinks and you're trying to... So, I mean, here it is to say that anything that you have an issue with as per the regulator, right, across board. I think if we want to look at something like your electricity bills, which is one example that you talked about before.
Yes.
And if we are saying that you must have exhausted all avenues before you then come to the tribunal.
Yes.
This is one of the kinks that then you work out in your communication, I'm hoping.
Yes.
That the question then is for a lot of people. If I'm going to this regulator at the beginning and I'm saying, here's my electricity bill on this month, and it's ridiculously higher than it was the month before, just as an example, they're going to ask me, as CT so rightly said, all right, what you ought to do, how about you pay? Because this is what they tell you to do. Pay. Then let's look at the cycle as it has been over time.
Yes.
I'm saying because I know I've done it. Let's look at the cycle over time and let's see truly if there is a discrepancy in what you have been paying.
Yes.
But guess what? The money is already in the bank. And what I need are the lights on, right?
Yes.
But if I see that this is a regular, in my opinion, abuse of services, then I can now say, you know what, this really is too much. As far as I'm concerned, I have exhausted it. I have paid. I've waited for you to tell me about this supposed cycle. At the end of the day, you tell me, oh, you know, there was an adjustment here, there's an irregularity, but it has then so far been adjusted. And we hope that there will be no occurrences of this in the future. At what point then do I say that I am still I am clearly dissatisfied. But if something like this should occur again, I am just going to be put through the same process. Meanwhile, the tribunal is telling me that I must exhaust this first before I come here to see if you can address this issue for me. Do you see where it will be met with trepidation on the side of many Kenyans?
Yes, and I hear you on that. But also, can you imagine if everybody who's dissatisfied with the electric bill rush to the tribunal? You know, we'd still have to go back to Kenya Power and ask them, you know, what can we do? These people are dissatisfied, and it will still be the technician. So it's I hear you, but also it's one of the measures to ensure that then again the tribunal is not flooded by a million matters, and we'll still go back to Kenya Power to ask them, please review this, look at this meter and all that. So there is that also. It's a tricky balance. But what I would say on what you've said is, if you've paid, you've paid the 20,000 they are claiming for you, you've exhausted the mechanism, and you feel you're not happy with it. What I would encourage is then come back to the tribunal. By the way, one of the things I should mention, the filing fees is pretty low at the tribunal.
How low?
Around 1,500. Yes.
1,500 shillings.
Yes, as of now.
Okay.
Before, you know, so it isn't expensive. So you would, for future.
It doesn't lock out.
Yes. And again, it's what you were saying about the CJ's vision is access to justice and social transformation. So it's not punitive. The fees are not so high as to make you not come, even when your 20K is lying there. After you've exhausted, fine, your 20K is lying there, but still come and say, I would want this reviewed for future. I'm not happy with the decision that the regulator made here. And then it will help not only you, but Eric in future.
How binding are your decisions?
They're as binding as the decisions of the court.
Okay.
Yeah, unless appealed.
And
sorry.
No, I was going to ask, okay, then there's the decision. Thank you very much, Eric. Yes.
But I mean, they enforce the same way the court cases are enforced. You get a court order, you serve to, Kenya Power, you serve to the regulator or whoever. Yeah, you enforce the same way you'd enforce a court order.
I look at areas where maybe communities would have complaints.
Yes.
Let's say a community where there's geothermal.
Yes.
Or a community where there's oil exploration taking place.
Yes.
A community where there's people have come with these very noisy wind turbines.
Yes.
Or they're trying to block out migratory routes for their animals.
Yeah.
Where do they start? Those communities would have an issue with things that are happening, the investments in the energy sector. Where would they start?
They first go to the regulator. I know they would. Also, another thing, after I finish that, they would still go to the regulator because the regulator is the one who licensed these people. Okay. So, for example, if they've licensed to
set up a wind
power, they are the guys who have license. So you go and complain, and it is hoped that the regulator asks her to fix what is wrong with the wind power and all that. If they don't, the decision then you come back after you've gone to the regulator. And you see that the reason the regulator is important here is because it's the regulator who grants these licenses and all. So you go there first. There are also some decisions, I'm sure you've seen in your fridge, there is EPRA now all over. There are some decisions even which are made by the county governments on energy conservation.
Yes.
Those ones, if you are dissatisfied, you come to the tribunal. So there's all these energy efficiency things that have come up. If you look at your fridge, you'll see EPRA, energy efficiency and all. So there are things that you could be compelled by your county government to do about energy conservation. Even those decisions can be appealed to the tribunal.
So those ones will come straight to the tribunal?
Yes, after the county has made a decision, you can come to the tribunal.
There's often the thing that once you start to let people know again that this is available, then there will also be the notion that say, okay, well, you know what, I can actually take this to the tribunal.
Yeah.
Meaning that there will be an influx, or rather that there will be an increase in the number of cases that come then to the tribunal. Is the tribunal equipped then to handle more flurry of activity?
Absolutely. And we've seen a new flurry of activities. I think one of the good things about it's that it was recruited competitively. We have experts in the sector. And then it is, one of the things that also helped, it must be well financed for you to be able to hold all these sittings and all that. So I think we are well equipped and can handle more cases. So let Kenyans, if you're dissatisfied, if you have any dispute, once you've exhausted the internal mechanisms within Kenya Power, within in the regulator, then you can come.
Okay.
Yes.
And this and my next question, this tribunal sits in Nairobi.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, another main issue, and I'm doing this for a reason, because you said you want Kenyans to know that the tribunal then is active and ready to hear these cases.
Yeah.
One of the most talked about cases for a lot of people is when we talk about connection of power.
Yes.
Now, people will say that you go to your local office and they say, well, this is the amount that you must pay for us then to deliver a certain number of poles and have wiring.
Yeah.
On the day this is now supposed to be done, somebody comes and tells you, actually, you know what? This was not the amount that you were supposed to pay.
Yes.
This was another amount. Now you're asking me, here I am with this document, and we're talking about really going into rural electrification.
Yes, yeah.
I have this document. The person who is going to stop me from having power connected in my home is the God at that point.
Yes.
And says, this is the amount that you ought to pay.
Yes, yeah.
And we want the power at the end of the day. I come to Nairobi.
Nope.
Okay.
Actually, you no longer now have to come to Nairobi. There is e-filing. I'm hoping one can be assisted at the cyber cafe or can be able to upload their documents. So you upload the documents through the e-system. The e-filing, I'll give the website. So maybe I can give the website.
www.#
Yes, efiling.court.go.ke. So you create in your login accounts and you file your matter.
Okay.
One of the good things now, we hear matters virtually. So you don't have to come from Meru or Kisii. So and unless we make exceptions though, if you're having challenges, from where you are, you can't, there is
accessing the internet,
then we'll make room for you to come physically. And I think what we are trying to be is flexible and give people access to justice. So like there's a matter similar to what you are saying that came up, and every time we tried to do the connection, the person will drop off, the appellant will drop off. So we said, this is the second time and he's dropping off. Let's make room for him to come to Nairobi so that then he's heard if he wants. So I think.
So what does making room mean?
We sit now.
Ulimtumia fare?
Hapana. Hatutumianangi fare.
Mlituma gari?
Hapana. Tulimuuliza kama anataka kuja kusikizwa kesi.
So you basically said, we are sitting on this day, please come.
Yes.
We'll give you this slot.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And then the tribunal will sit now physically to hear. So there is flexibility for us to sit virtually so that then you don't have to travel all the way, to hear. So we hear matters virtually, and then we can also make room if you're having internet or connectivity issues for us to sit physically. But I want to encourage anybody who wants to know more details. We have a secretariat at Kawi House. Kawi House is in South Sea. And also they can go to the registrar of tribunals, the secretariat. There are people there always willing to assist and help guide anybody who has a matter. Kawi House, the Energy and Petroleum Tribunal, and the registrar of tribunals at Forodha House.
Do I need legal representation to appear before the tribunal?
Nope. You can appear in person.
But you'll ask me those technical questions. I have absolutely no clue. Look, you have studied, what did you say, this law?
Energy and Petroleum law.
There you go.
Yes.
And so you'll be asking me questions of sections of the law that you understand. I'm only complaining because this person, this independent power producer, has done this, and EPRA told me to go ride a mosquito, and I'm coming just to complain and say, I do not want to ride a mosquito. I want these people to stop polluting my environment.
No. At my heart of it, I'm still the regular person. So I'm not going to quote for you Section 22, of the Act. I want to hear you. And one of the things we have even in the tribunal is people who've worked in the sector, in the electricity sector, with the regulator. So there's no jargon. So, and one of the things I've tried even today is to ensure we don't have a lot of jargon. So even if you come, I'm not there brandishing the Energy Act, the Constitution, Article 5. No, we are a tribunal. We want to hear you. If you want us to hear in Kiswahili, we'll hear you in Kiswahili. So at the heart of it is for us trying to resolve these matters, not to sound so sophisticated and all that. So you will be heard in Kiswahili or in English, and we are not brandishing the act and all. We want to know what is at the heart of the matter. Of course, there are some matters that you have to go to that level and hear people out, because at the end of the day, it's justice we want to deliver. And then the other matters, you will find it's a sophisticated people, the oil companies, their lawyers, they'll come with a battery of lawyers. So there's from the top to in between, we are hearing our matters and we are equipped to hear our matters.
You know, the Rent Tribunal is one of the most popular tribunals because we all live in one structure or another. I'm going back. I'm also a dog with a bone in this one here. We have the judicial services offered throughout the country. Yes, you've started well, and we thank you for coming to the show, but people need to know more. Why am I saying this? People who are in the energy sector don't necessarily always consider the people and the environment in which they are operating. If people know more about your work, they will be more careful about the things they do, and they will pay heed to what people have to tell them about what they're doing. Because by the time cases get to you, it means somebody somewhere didn't do what they're supposed to do. That's why someone is complaining. Because if they did it, then there would be no complaint. So the effort you've made, excellent.
We need to do more.
Shift gears.
And I hope even the budget allocation people are hearing this. But the oil and gas and energy sector is seen as very sophisticated and, this exclusive. But, it's one of those sectors that is literally driving you. And I think there is a push to get it from the ministry, to get it more accessible so that then So I think the challenge is taken. We'll make more people know about this tribunal. And those who have heard, tell somebody else. So I think it's, yes, I agree with you. It's a very secluded sector. It's like you only know what has happened when there's a crash.
Actually, it's the reason why I'm saying this is what you've already said. It's it's a crucial sector.
Yes, very, very.
But talking about budgeting,
there
are all these tariffs they keep adding and these levies they keep adding to petroleum. Tell them to add just one more so that, we had 9.
I mean, just make it 10.
We had 9, just make it 10. And then that one comes to you guys.
That was the
Petroleum Tribunal
levy. That's it.
People lobbying for us. Thank you. They have had
10 cents.
I hope the policy makers have had, but I can imagine the chaos if Kenyans, you had one more shilling to the fuel price.
Not a shilling, just 10 cents.
Just 10 cents.
10 cents.
There'll be no chaos.
To finance the
power
tribunal.
bill
Okay.
and
Thank
pump.
you.
All this, that's a lot of money. In fact, we will be coming to you.
Have you seen vehicles who are fueling reducing in numbers every time they raise the price of fuel? It never does.
Yes.
So this 10 cents for you people, we will not complain.
Thank you.
Sawa. Now that we can complain, final question.
Yes.
We can complain about decisions. We can appeal decisions of IPRA, appeal decisions of county government, the CS. Can we appeal decisions of the National Treasury?
There is a tax tribunal. I hope they are next year.
Oh,
there is a tax tribunal.
Okay.
You should have them next.
Okay.
Madam Registrar should organize.
No, we are bringing them.
Yes, because there's a tax tribunal. Yes.
Doris, thank you very much for joining us.
What a pleasure. Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure, and thank you for lobbying for us to be well financed.
Kabisa.
Yes, asanteni sana.
Doris Muyrigi is the Vice Chairperson of the Energy and Petroleum Tribunal. Let's tell you about next, because you have a beautiful smile. When you go to buy Colgate next, go to Naivas. Why, Ndu?
Because Colgate, in partnership with Well Boring, is sinking 30 more water wells in the country this year. They've done it before, and they've said, look, we've seen how people have been able to benefit from having clean water for drinking, for cooking, for schools, etc., etc. And they said, let's do it again. And Kenyans, as you go, perfects that beautiful smile, and you're buying toothpaste, 10 shillings from the toothpaste that you buy exclusively at Naivas, Colgate toothpaste, will go to make sure that more water is available for 120,000 Kenyans by December.
What a wonderful initiative. I will definitely do
Asante.
it. Asante.
Very good. Keep it here for more conversations in the next hour. We said we'll be speaking to which foundation?
Merck.
Not Mac.
And not Mac.
Not M-I-R-K.
No.
Not M-A-C-K.
Yes.
Not
Not M-A-K. Not M-A-C.
But
But
M-E-R-C-K.
M-E-R-C-K. Which
And
is?
not M-E-R-C.
Good morning. It's 8 a.m.
Thank you.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice
Good
FM.
morning, this is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Parties in the Azimio La Umoja One Kenya Alliance have until close of business today to submit their nominees for consideration as Raila Odinga's running mate amid raging debate. The panel of eminent persons seeking Odinga's running mate held its inaugural meeting and named former Cabinet Minister Noah Kesa as its chairperson, who made the announcement. Elizabeth Mayo will, however, remain the secretary of the committee, while lawyer Paul Mwangi has been appointed as the legal advisor. The committee, however, warned that it will only consider nominations from parties in the coalition. Raila's running mate post has sparked a major political debate in town, with leaders including Deputy President William Ruto saying Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka's profile is too big for him to face a panel because he served as former president to late Mwai Kibaki's vice president. Now, Deputy President William Ruto has warned the Azimio coalition against forcing leaders and Kenyans, arguing they have a right to choose. Speaking in Nyeri County, Ruto said that the decision to elect leaders rests with the voters and warned political elites against imposing leaders on Kenyans. Kenyatta fell out with his deputy in March 2018 when he shook hands with Odinga and has since asked him to publicly resign, saying he no longer serves the interest of his government. Ruto, who led the Kenya Kwanza campaigns in Kisii, asked Kenyans to vote out Odinga, pointing out that the opposition chief is too old to lead the country. The deputy president, who is campaigning on a bottom-up economic model adopted by his United Democratic Alliance party, told his supporters that his first priority, if elected, will be to address the high unemployment rate in the country. Meanwhile, Azimio La Umoja One Kenya's hierarchy has demanded that Deputy President William Ruto tender his resignation instead of engaging in a war of words with his boss, President Uhuru Kenyatta. Jubilee Secretary General Jeremiah Kioni, in a statement, castigated the DP for launching what he termed as unwarranted and disdainful attacks against President Kenyatta. This comes after the head of state in his Labor Day address accused DP Ruto of absconding from his duties and openly criticizing the government, yet refusing to step down from his Plum State job. DP Ruto, however, in his response condemned President Kenyatta for locking him out of government and allegedly handing over his duties to proxies who, he says, were unable to execute them to perfection. According to Kioni, DP Ruto should mirror the late first Vice President Jaramogi Oginga Odinga's 1966 decision to sever ties with the then President Jomo Kenyatta after the pair's public falling out saw them no longer exchange pleasantries. Now, the Judicial Service Commission has recommended the removal of Justice Said Chitembwe from office over gross misconduct. In a statement, JSC determined that a petition filed for Justice Chitembwe's removal from office on the grounds of gross misconduct and impropriety presented sufficient grounds for his removal. JSC further explained they settled on the decision after the panel tasked with considering the petitions had completed its work and had submitted its report to the full commission for consideration. According to JSC, the petition has now been sent to President Uhuru Kenyatta for further action. The recommendation by JSC comes after 4 petitions were filed seeking to have the judge removed from office for gross misconduct. The commission then constituted a panel chaired by Chief Justice Martha Koome to investigate allegations of corruption against the judge. Now, shock and disbelief engulfed Keben area in Kericho County after a Form 3 student from Keben Secondary School allegedly stabbed his fellow student to death while on their way to school. According to Senior Chief John Koech of Waldai location in Kericho, the Form 3 boy stabbed the Form 3 girl with a knife on the chest while they were on their way to school. Koech said the Good Samaritans rushed the girl to the nearby Zigilai Private Health Center, where the girl was confirmed dead on arrival by the medics. Our thoughts and condolences to the family and pray that justice is served. Now, Uganda's Sarai Group Limited has suffered yet another blow in the Mumias Sugar Company lease case after the High Court ruled that it should keep off the miller until the petition challenging its operation is heard and determined. In a ruling, court further directed that the application by Sarai and Vartox be heard together. Both will be disposed of by way of written submissions. Interim orders were also extended to June 8, 2022, but the same will not affect the duties of the administrator in office Rao, who is still expected to hand over the administration duties to a new administrator cleared by the court. The court will issue further directions in June 8th. In April, Sarai Group suffered a major blow after a court cancelled its Mumias sugar lease issued in December 2021. Sarai was ordered to immediately vacate the premises of Mumias Sugar. This is News. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
102.5.
All right, a few minutes after 8 o'clock,
SpiceFM.
some traffic, actually quite a lot of it at Mombasa Road now. We're looking at in and outbound traffic around Imara, and we're going also to North Airport Road, spilling over to Outer Ring. That continues. The Southern Bypass not looking too bad this morning. Uhuru Highway here and there, but then just past the Bunyala Road roundabout, before Haile Selassie Avenue roundabout, it's bumper to bumper. Stagnant traffic there. Not quite sure why that is particularly. But if you're in that area, give us a shout. Let us know what might be causing that. Coming off Thika Superhighway, really hot and heavy this morning. And not letting up inbound the city. Back-to-back traffic in and outbound. Many lanes on Kiambu Road. On Limu Road as well. In and outbound traffic continues coming out of Westlands. Ring Road Westlands is doing that thing. Waiaki Way as well. Use the Red Hill Link Road to get out of that mess this morning as trying to get into the city. Let's talk in half an hour. See what it looks like then. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It is 7 minutes after 8. Kenya's biggest conversation enters the third hour. Thank you very much for keeping it locked. And for those that are joining us now, welcome. It is Thursday. It's the 5th day of... Other people think they're in May, but we all know we have a calendar in this country. It's the 5th day of March, 2022. CT has the day's proverb.
We are in May.
May.
They thought they were in May.
It's March.
It's March?
We will explain.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Our proverb is from Rwanda. You can outdistance that which is running after you, but not what is running inside you.
You can outdistance that which is running after you, but not that which is running inside you.
Yes. Remember, outdistance, not outrun.
Outdistance.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And you reminded us of the running stomach is inside you.
The running stomach is inside you. So you...
A running nose is inside you.
Even no matter how fast you run, that stomach is still with you.
It's yours.
Yes.
Okay, let's have a conversation about... So we've been talking about this, the Merck Foundation. And we've been saying, so the Merck Foundation is an organization, and we'll get to understand more about it. And Ndu, it's not MAC.
No.
not foundation from Merck. It is not the trucks. It is the Merck Foundation. Joining us in the studio to have this conversation is the CEO of Merck Foundation, Senator Dr. Rasha Kelej. She joins us in the studio. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning. Good morning.
So you are a senator in Egypt.
Yes.
Serving for the next couple of years between 2015, 2020 and 2025.
Yes.
And you've also, you're a big person globally. So you've been named one of the 100 most influential Africans for 3 years in a row because of the work that you've done for very many things globally. But let's first introduce you to Senator. Senator Rasha Kelej.
So now you want me to speak about me
yes.
or the Merck Foundation?
About you first.
Let's start about you
first.
first.
Okay.
Then we'll know this person who is in Merck. But
Yes.
let's know who the person is.
Okay. I am Egyptian. And of course means I'm African. I started with I cannot separate my life anymore from the work I'm doing. It became very work-life fusion.
Very
and
good.
maybe this is the secret, or maybe behind the success, or how I've been recognized in the ways you said. So when I speak about myself, I cannot distance myself from what I am doing.
Please don't distance it. Just continue. Yes.
So I started with Merck since 1996. And then in 2012, we started to do the foundation. The foundation is a philanthropic arm, which is non-profit organization, totally separate from Merck. It's owned by the owner of Merck, but it is managed totally by different team and independent team. And I am the CEO of the foundation. I established it from zero, of course, and now it's very successful. Proud that we have transformed the patient care in Africa in many ways. Like, for example, we trained the first oncologist in many countries. When I started in 2012, there was countries has no one single oncologist, for example, or fertility specialist, like Burundi, like Gambia, Sierra Leone, Liberia. What else? Zambia, also I can't even what other countries? Sierra Leone, Liberia, Gambia, Burundi, Zimbabwe. Many countries that we went and we didn't find specialists. So I said to myself, let's start to build capacity. Transform the quality of healthcare, so we can create a platform of strong, skilled and trained healthcare providers. So we trained like 1,300 scholarships in specialties of 1 year and 2 year master degree from UK universities in underserved 32 different specialties: diabetes, cardiovascular, preventive, respiratory care, since Corona, acute care, intensive care, general surgery, oncology, reproductive sexual care, fertility specialist, embryologist, urology, dermatology, gastroenterology, name it.
1,300.
1,300 from 45 44 to 45 countries. They are increasing by the day because we always addressing new countries, mainly from Africa, but also some Asian countries like Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bangladesh, Cambodia, and also some Latin American countries lately, like Mexico and Colombia. But mainly the main countries, like 35 of them are 32 from Africa. So we were very proud to see this transformation. And every time we go to any country and meet our scholars and the people who graduated and see the difference they make when they see their patients, and they say that these patients will never be able to help or support if we did not have this training in this quality and this way. And each one of them, as soon as he finished the training and the graduation, they immediately, when they go back to their countries, they see at least 1,000 patients per month. So it's really satisfying, and we want to continue until we make a full transformation of of patient care landscape.
That's really
in Africa.
impressive work.
Yeah, thank you.
Really impressive work, Senator. And when you say, you've gone into these 44 countries and found lack of specialties or specialists in the medical field in these areas, when they go back and they start seeing these very many patients, it means that there are patients who ordinarily would not have seen a specialist,
yes,
who now have access to a specialist.
Yes.
What are the main reasons why these countries did not have these specialists?
It's lack of fund, a lot of stress and pressure on the health care sector. Sometimes there is no one interested to go further to have a study because they also overload with work. They are lack of number of graduated doctors, and mainly the financial resources. There is a lot of stress and pressure on the healthcare sector in general. A lot of diseases, a lot of vaccination here and there, and so I think it was needed to have collaboration with someone who has the vision. And it's not easy to implement it. It's not like I was thinking that when I start to say that there is scholarship offered, I will have list of people to me, and then we will have scientific committee to select who will select, because then, but it was not the case. It was actually we have to push for the names, and we have to find more people who's interested. Not everyone was interested because it's hard work. And it's not going to be rewarded financially after they also graduate. So it was really tough. But we find also people who are passionate like us, and they want to make a difference, no matter what is a financial return.
Sure.
There is also a lot of people like this.
So we see your participation, obviously health, well-being around the continent. Obviously, as you said, you cannot separate yourself, Senator, from the work that you do. And looking at the work then that the Merck Foundation does on the continent, if we look specifically at Kenya, big partnerships with the Ministry of Health. Can you give us a little bit of an insight into that, with the kind of scholarships that are then been provided, and then what it then allows Kenyan medical professionals to then do?
Yes.
In country.
We had partnership with the Diabetes Study Group, the Cardiovascular Society, the Gynecology Society of Kenya, and the Fertility and Andrology Societies. There's this society, a respiratory society, so medical society. So these societies, we establish partnership with them. And then we tell them what is your needs, how many you want to train in this specialty, for example, diabetes, endocrinology, and cardiovascular preventive, in respiratory care, in fertility and sexual reproductive care. So they send us, of course, they make their own announcement, and they interview people and CVs and so on, and then they send us the list. We go through another screening, and then we will go for the eligibility criteria of each institution, and so on. So the doctors, after of course they receive the training, which is very difficult because it's 1 year and 2 year and online, and there is some clinical, but there is mainly online training with the University of UK, and they're still working at the same time, so it's very tough time management. But after they finish, all of them either establish the first clinic on their specialty in the area, because we don't only Nairobi, it's all across the country. Or they become important part with the Ministry of Health, for example, to establish new guidelines or new research or, data collection, patient collection. So they are actually contributing to many of the projects that it's needed, this specialty. And this for Kenya. For example, we've provided for Kenya specifically 118 scholarship, which is a very good number, and of course will increase year by year.
One of the things that I find particularly interesting and intriguing about the work you do is something that governments actually ought to do. What I'd like to understand is, what is the principle on which you base your partnership with governments, so that you can actually provide this clear assistance that they need?
The main reason why we wanted to partner with each government is, especially in countries that is less regulated, like, for example, Burundi, Gambia, Sierra Leone. So it was very important that we want the help to go to the public sector. So the people, after they graduate, they go back to the public sector and they benefit the patients who cannot afford. And this was the main, to improve access to equitable and quality healthcare solutions. Therefore, the ministries of health or the governments in case of Kenya, societies as well involved to choose the people who works in the public sector or academia, so they can actually also teach others after they finish. So this was the main thing. To ensure that they will come back and work also in the country, not just for example they get a good degree, they can work outside Africa. We want them to be inside the countries to help more people. Yeah.
One of the things that I've seen about one of my interactions with the work of the Mark Foundation is news articles and video content around this More Than a Mother campaign.
Yeah.
And this is about women talking about infertility and saying, let's destigmatize this whole issue of infertility. And I remember a video by former Taita Taveta woman rep Joyce Lay, who was also even talking about this even in Parliament at the point.
Yeah.
Tell us about this work that you've been doing. What's this More Than a Mother campaign?
It's actually very close to my heart, and this is a signature campaign of Merck Foundation, and we started in 2015 with the aim to break the stigma around infertility and around infertile women specific, because when we started in 2014, 2015, there were many communities and many cultures only blame women for infertility, and they think that men cannot be infertile. And of course, based on that, you're laughing, based on that, of course, they discriminate, they mistreat women. I'm not only talking about husbands, they do that for their wives, but also mother-in-law, sister-in-law, and the whole community. So we wanted to first say that infertility is not a stigma or a taboo. It's a condition, can be prevented, can be treated, and infertility also can be prevented from early, because it's mainly due to it's a very high incidence in our countries, because it's mainly due to untreated infectious diseases, which if it is prevented, it's resulted due to child marriage, FGM, all these things that can cause infertility at a young age and can be prevented if we prevent all these things. And of course, men also 50% can be the cause of infertility. So men should support their wives, go to test it with them, and hold their hands until in the journey of making a happy family. We wanted to address this through ambassador of we have like 20 first ladies was ambassadors of the campaign, and they speak in social media for their communities about no to infertility stigma. Fertility is a shared responsibility. We have media recognition awards and media training, because in many countries we notice that media is reporting infertility in a scientifically it was not correct, and they were actually blaming the women. Why she has to go and find someone to have, for example, children, things like that. It is very much hurt women, and they don't understand that it can be the husband who is the reason of infertility. So on. So it was many initiatives, actually, storybooks for children. Actually, we said, if you want to create a culture shift, it's not only for the people who is old now. It's actually, we have to start with the children. So the storybooks is about how to, emphasize the family values of love and respect between wife and husband. And the kids actually like the story, and they go to their community and their neighbors, and they talk about the stories to their mothers, and it made a change because they educate them. By the way, when you talk to people and they tell them that it's not only men, women, it's also men, they didn't know. There's too many people didn't know, genuinely. And when they know, they start to apologize and say, "Oh, we're sorry, we didn't know," and it was really a lack of information. So.
When you talk about children, I'm sure Siti was just laughing and smiling.
Why?
Brimming, because he loves that kind of communication that starts
at a young age.
I do.
Yeah.
I do. I have a background in education. So one of the things that I find close to my heart, if I may say so, is issues relating to young people, children. Yes.
Yes.
It always brings a smile to my face. Because whenever
Then you will
someone...
smile a lot with us because we have almost 7 stories.
You do?
Yes, for children.
So when you say smile, among the services you have, you also have dental services.
No. No. It's a good one.
I'm interested, just continuing to, your mother's more. Why did you pick first ladies? Why going with first ladies around different countries? What kind of influence do you think that they would have over anybody else?
They have their platforms, and it was very important for me that someone who has platforms and meetings with community on a regular basis to speak to them about this, because we want to spread the word. And it's not only first ladies, of course. There was also all kind of women leaders, and then we went to men leaders also, because we said it's not only have to be women, because men also can speak about it. We had a lot of men who can accept to talk about it, because also it was not every man at the beginning was enthusiastic. And but when we have the platform of the first ladies, also it encourage other women and other people to join the platform of ambassadorship and champion and talk about it in a different way. The whole thing is we wanted a bigger platform. Then after that, we collaborated with singers and artists and fashion designers and media icons that also they have their own platforms. It was only a start, and then we go through all the sectors. So even when we do one song, it's like a book of 1,000 words, a song with a message that everyone is following on social media and liking. It adds actually an important information than giving hard facts and data and do this, don't do this. It can be in a nice song or a film or something like this.
That's indeed very true. I want to play a clip here, which is talking about what you've just said. Starting this conversation from an early age, talking to children, and the books that the Mark Foundation has worked in publishing. And let's just watch this clip. It's also playing on our screens.
Okay.
Yep. So the books, as we see, then the books, just scrolling. This is storybooks that are playing, and you can just also
David's
play this.
Story,
what we're
Ride
seeing
into
here.
the Future, Rescue Jacqueline, Not You Who You Are, and Educating Linda. It's all about supporting girls' education and ending child marriage, breaking the stigma of fertility, which is David's story, and Not Who You Are, about stopping gender-based violence.
I see.
So it's all for children, and this is really my passion. Make the Right Choice. It was about coronavirus and a young man who has to stop working his daily job, and he has no money during corona lockdown, and a gangsters they try to persuade him to steal and rob things and stuff, and he said no, I have to be honest and loyal and so on. And then he got the help, and it's about choices and educating people how to make the right choices in life from young age, which is very important to shape the character of a child before.
How many languages is it translated into?
English, French, and Portuguese. So to go to all the countries of Africa. So
And so far, how many children have you reached with these books in terms of numbers?
We have in each country we have around 30,000 copy that distributed in each country of the countries I mentioned. But I rely also on online library and social media and our website and app. So because I know people also can, so we push it also on our social media, and we have on our social media 4 million followers, and I always this is here also comes the role of the First Lady. The First Lady also push it on their social media, her social media, and on the online platform of the Ministry of Education websites.
Do you allow your partner countries to sort of like reproduce more of this book so that the distribution can be wider?
Yeah. There's no copyright of this one.
There's no
copyright. It says no. As everyone can print it out and can use it, and also we change the names sometimes. For example, if some countries said these names are not really relevant, so we change the names of the characters according to
suit
the country. Popular names.
It'd be really interesting to see or to hear the impact that this has on a young boy or young girl's life who is looking for, one of the, break the stigma, make the change and things like this. How because of reading such stories, then they can now see what decisions they can make for themselves in the future. Have you been able to see?
Yes.
Some of
I sat with a lot of groups, school groups and girls and students and so on in Namibia, in Ghana, in Burundi, in Guinea, Conakry, and I listened to them reading the story and the feedback they get from that. Like I said, when they go to their neighbors and aunties and speak about the story and how the feedback they get and the conversation they have with their families after that. And I also these stories I always put it in our TV show. We have a TV show, our Africa TV show in KTN, and we put the links of all these social media and stories so people can also have access to it and read it. Not only children. It's really nice even for adults. The stories lovely.
Brilliant. Let's take a break at this point. 8:30, Kenya's biggest conversation. Our guest this morning, Senator Dr. Rasha Kelej. She is a senator in the Egyptian Parliament. She is also the CEO of Merck Foundation. We are talking about the work that Merck Foundation has been doing across the African continent, supporting the health sector, supporting communities. And just now we were talking about the More Than a Mother campaign that she says is really, really close to your heart.
Yes.
And you speak so passionately about it. Time for us to take this break. We'll be back shortly after we take a look at the weather and traffic, and also reminding you about Samsung, the new A series, the A33, the A53, the A73. Awesome is what we're talking about, Ndu.
Yes, taking it awesome just a notch higher with taking awesome pictures, an awesome battery life, and an awesome experience in the A33, A53, and A73, making your selfie game all that much stronger with a 2-day battery without even charging, and makes it possible for you to enjoy the experiences worth capturing with the new Samsung A series.
Extra, extra, read all about it. We have big news. The new Galaxy A series range has arrived and is taking awesome to a whole new level. You love capturing with the Galaxy A33 5G's 48 megapixel camera, the A53 5G's 64 megapixel camera, and the A73 5G's 108 megapixel camera. The 2-day battery will keep your awesome going for longer and longer. You can now trade in your old device and upgrade for any of the 3 new arrivals, which come with Samsung Care Plus and a free one-time screen replacement. Awesome's what we're doing. T's and C's apply.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah!
You're listening to Spice FM.
$17 degrees and mostly cloudy in Nairobi. We'll see highs of 23 and lows of 15. Today at 17, it's sunny in Nakuru, highs of 23 and lows of 14. Cloudy at 17 in Nyeri. 23 will be the high and lows of 14. And we'll see a low of 12 in Eldoret, where it's partly sunny currently at 16, going to highs of 25. It's raining in Mombasa at 25, highs of 30 and lows of 24. And rain continues in Malindi at 26 with highs of 30 today. Kisumu is sunny for now at 21, highs of 29. And we'll see highs of 27 in a sunny Kakamega at 22. Rain showers continue in Kampala at 22, highs of 27 and lows of 20. While it's also raining in Dar es Salaam at 24, it would go to highs of 30. We're looking at sunny conditions now in Johannesburg at 11, highs of 21 and lows of 10, and mostly clear at 23 in Lagos with highs of 32. 32 would also be the high in a mostly sunny Kinshasa, currently at 24, coming down to lows of 23.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
North Airport Road still remains really busy this morning, and then spilling over to Outer Ring, and then going out further. That still continues to be a thing. Not so bad on Mombasa Road this morning. Traffic seems to be flowing through and through to the Nyeri Stadium roundabout, and then onto Uhuru Highway. You'll see some hold up of traffic along there. Coming off Gong Road, not too bad this morning. We're looking at Thika Superhighway, just past the junction, past the Mathare Junction is where you'll see most of the traffic this morning. Looking a little bit better on Kiambu Road as well. Keep an eye on things this morning. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
"25 minutes to 9. Kenya's biggest conversation continues. CT Muga, Okoh, Eric Latiff, and our guest, Senator Dr. Rasha Khalej. She is a senator in the Egyptian parliament. She is the CEO of Merck Foundation. And that's what we're talking about. Merck Foundation that's been named the 2022 NGO of the Year. This is a big one. Senator herself has actually been named one of the 100 most influential Africans for 3 times in a row, 2019, 2020, 2021. And you've been telling us about the good work that you've been doing, also offering scholarships to upskill doctors in the African continent, in other parts of the world. 45 countries so far, 1,300 doctors have benefited from these scholarships, 118 of them Kenyan doctors, which is a big thing. Also, you've been supporting various awards. And this year, there's an award that you've introduced, the Diabetes and Hypertension Award this year. Tell us about the awards and why this particular one, Diabetes and Hypertension.
The awards is many categories. Is media recognition category, and song, best fashion design, and best film making award. And it's a theme. There's 2 themes. So it's in total 8 awards. One theme is More Than a Mother, is to address breaking the stigma of infertility and different topics of related to women and girls, like supporting girls' education, FGM, and so on. And the other one is about promoting healthy lifestyle, in specific raising awareness about diabetes and hypertension, because we know that it's very increasing dramatically, and I believe in the role of the media and art that can raise awareness about these sensitive topics and health issues. More than anything, more than having a leaflets here and there and distributed on people, media can have a creative ways. Songs can, for example, we have a nice song called Diabetes, No More Diabetes. And it's really lovely. And we did it in 3 languages, in English, the same one, same lyrics and everything, English, French, and Portuguese. And sang by 3 different singers. One from Mauritius for French, and one from Ghana for English, and a singer from Mozambique for the Portuguese. His name is Blaise. So these type of things, and of course also filmmaking. There's a lot of short movies, drama, documentary can also do the same, and so on. So from here I call for all the people who has talent to do songs and film or fashion design from Kenya and across Africa to apply for these awards.
So we're looking at the continent. Although Africa had amongst the lowest infections from COVID-19, the continent suffered heavily from it. And the foundation has been involved heavily in making sure that there's at least some bounce back across. Could you share some of that work that was done in terms of having people and communities, businesses bounce back from the effects of COVID-19?
I had two different strategies to support in Corona. One is a short-term strategy, and one is a long-term one, because I know that it's not only Corona; it's just things that will come afterwards as well. So was the bounce. We before Corona, we had all our training clinical, and we send them to, for example, Egypt to India and have clinical. So we started immediately the online training diplomas, and we searched for it across all the Europe and America to know which best courses that they can graduate from, and hence we launched all the online training diploma, 1 year and 2 year master degree in 32 specialties. And two important one was very related to Corona is respiratory care and intensive care, acute care and critical care, which is very, very important. And I realized from my contacts that they were lacking of this specialty. So if someone had Corona, he cannot have a good care because there are very few people who is in respiratory care or in intensive care. So we've done this in a very wide scale, and the short-term strategy was a donation, because I don't believe very much in donation, to be honest. Yani, donation also is needed as an emergency, but it should not constitute more than 10% of my work. The rest, it has to be about building capacity and helping people to help themselves and to be independent, because donation only paralyzes someone. If you want to paralyze someone, give him something. But if you want to help him to continue and be strong, you have to educate him and give him the tool that he can do himself. Yani, the fish theory.
Right.
Don't give me fish, teach me how to fish, and so on. So I believe in this very, very, very much, because I believe in this for myself. I know that my education helped me to go places I will never be as an Egyptian woman from Middle East. Okay, and from Africa. If I don't have my education, I will never be there. So I know that this can take people to very good places.
You know, as you're speaking, I'm thinking, it is amazing just how much an understanding and a belief in seeing something done can achieve. Because initially, remember, I mentioned that you're doing work that governments are supposed to do. And governments, it's the mandate of government to do these things. And you talk of building capacity. What else do you do to ensure that the work you have begun, the governments can pick up and take over, so that they themselves can do the very same thing that you are doing?
We do a lot of things with this regards, but of course for the people who is willing. There is some governments are willing more than the others, but we train the staff, we work with them, and we have always technical team meetings to tell them how we do it, what we do it. Even the whole contacts, what we are doing is with them if they want to use it at any point of time. The strategy and how we minimize is how we address everything in a very cost-effective way. Even how to communicate in a very cost-effective way. Not only with the government, but also with all our partners, associates, people who contracts, vendors, even vendors who we pay them, for example, to do something. We teach them how to do it in a very cost-effective way. And in the way I learned, I have also 26 years experience in managing business. So I transfer this experience to them willingly, and because I know that if I do that, they will help me more and to achieve more and more in a shorter time and more cost effective. So yes, we transfer our knowledge to everyone, and we collaborate with them, and we make sure that they follow up with people after we give them the support and the help and so on. So it's there.
Do you work directly with training institutions like universities and colleges?
Definitely, yes.
Okay.
Definitely. On a regular basis, like weekly basis, because I do something they said we never done with us before. I have to follow up in each module what the students are doing, because if he didn't attend, I'm like a mother, If one didn't attend, I call him. Why you didn't? This week you were not online. Where were you? And so it's like, they call me Mama Africa for this, because I'm just like, oh my God, okay, I will get your mother number, I will talk to her.
Right. So I mean, it's clearly a hands-on approach, and just like Mama Africa, which you have been called, across the continent. This hands-on approach, then, have you seen that it has yielded results? Because you're there and you're saying, look, we can give you the training, we can give you the books, we can, compose the songs and all of this, but something else, something more needs to be done to make sure that you remain on track and actually do succeed?
Exactly. Being a mother. It's like a mother. Exactly. Like you do with your children. You just put them in school, but you make sure that they study, they graduate, why they did not graduate, what happened, why they fail in this, and so on. What did you eat? Did you not eat? All
do you have homework tonight?
Yes.
Have you done your homework?
Exactly. And this is not only me, of course, me and my team. We have an agreement that we have to have a meeting every week and see who is doing what, is not what. And of course, if despite all this and they fail one module, halas, I will not continue the scholarship.
Are you serious?
Definitely.
Wow.
So it's a 6 modules per year.
You take up the scholarship knowing that I've got to go in here.
Because someone else will take it seriously and benefit from it. We don't get good money goes after bad money.
That's very true.
This is very important.
How does the Merck Foundation fundraise?
We don't fundraise at all. It's just the fund comes from Merck every year, and I refuse totally to fundraise or to get. It's a lot of paperwork and a lot of hassle. I don't need to do. Because we want just to have this, and we manage it in the way that it is. We think it's correct, the way we think that it is, effective. Because we have vision. I have vision how to make it happen. And I don't want anyone to interfere in this because I know it will be successful. I'm very autocratic in this one.
So what you're saying is that if you fundraise, then you will have other people coming with their ideas, their agenda.
I will never be able to control the agenda. I have one agenda, is to transform and to make an impact, concrete impact with results, numbers. If I have anyone interfere, I don't know what the agenda will be. I don't know. I can't control it.
Do you also work with...
Could be having pictures and shake hands, Yes.
all over.
Yes.
Looking at the work that you do, all this work that you're doing, upskilling doctors and also seeing how government can work to support this. How about at the policy level?
Yeah.
Do you work with legislators? Now you are a legislator. Do you work with other legislators to see how you can work on policy and laws in various countries?
Yes, this was the main reason. Also, we partners with first ladies and to be able to see what types of regulation that is needed. There are some countries, for example, fertility care was not allowed; it's not legal. So we wanted to address that as well. But as soon as we had the momentum going, it just became like a domino effect. Everything was put in place. Even they were taking it forward and talking about it. And for example, the first public IVF center in Burundi has been established by the First Lady last month. And this was a very good initiative. It's the first public IVF center was established by Ethiopia, for example, last year. And the same in Burundi. And the same will happen in Uganda. So these all will help to have a public care for people with infertility, which is people think it's a luxury. It's not a luxury at all because it has a social dimension. People will think we are overpopulated. Why we not know? It's a person who has no child. He actually broken totally his soul and everything. So either we tell him it's okay to have no children. It's not taboo. It's not stigma. It's not everything. But also we can give you the support if you need. So this is very important.
One of the things that I say is important is how it is you ensure that there's continuity with what you're doing. Yes, you work with the governments, but it isn't as though the Merck Foundation is going to work with these governments forever and ever and ever. There's a point at which they'll say, folks, we've done enough. continue. What do you put in place to ensure that there is continuity?
These people are graduated. They are fire on. They are power. It's like kinetic energy. The people who graduate, they actually now, every one of them, you see big numbers. For example, in Mauritius, 63. In Kenya, 118. We still continue. These people, every one of them, I expect that they will be the future ministers, the future leaders. They are the one who is doing the first clinic here, the first specialty here, the first thing here. They're attracting international groups, international global fund. If you want to do, for example, a radiology center in a country,
a what?
Radiology center, like radiotherapy and all this, or cancer center.
Yes.
You first things, I have a fund, I want to do this, for example, as an organization. There's no oncologist, and you'll not do it. What are you going to open it for? If you have these people, they will be the one who is attracting the fund. They're attracting even the medication donation because they can dispense it and they can treat people and so on. So these people will continue. They are the one who will continue all the work. It's an army.
It is an army, but the system within which they will work. Eric asked the question, and I want to sort of like add on to it. Do you work to create platforms, systems, structures within which such a thing can actually function well? I mean, governments have their structures, but if they were coming in to help, it's clear the structures were inadequate. So do you help to foment, augment?
Not necessarily inadequate. It's just the inadequate financial resources and different vision or different priorities. Of the government in some places, of course. And I can tell you that it can happen because we can all talk, but when we are in the position, there's a lot of things you will be under pressure to do that you cannot, for example, you say, do I treat these people who are going to die now, or I will train the doctors to help me after 10 years. So you have to have choices.
You're right.
That's why you always have to have the right partner to help you in filling the gaps of the things you cannot do right now. So everyone has his own priorities.
You put it well.
It's something that you talked about when we talk about development, and you talk about now the impact, moving the impact of development on a people. And then you talked about the element of control, and if we can open that up just a little bit and say, then, if we're looking at impact, if we're looking at development, if we're looking at going into the future, then it's necessary to have an element of control, making sure that everything goes right in the beginning. If not, going forward, then you're almost guaranteed to fail. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree with this very, very much. Not only on the level of the work, in the level of everything, even house, at your home, at your private life, there is a limit of monitoring. More than control, monitoring and is a level of monitoring and then guiding is very important. We call it control at the beginning. When you are in infancy stage, you have to control. It's like a mother when they are raising a baby. You raise a baby in infant stage, you are doing everything for him, and then he get a little bit independent. You teach him things to do, little things, and then more and more and more until you give him all the tools that he can be totally independent. For organization, the same for the programs as well.
You said among the things that you do is once you have identified a beneficiary for one of your scholarships, you and the foundation will be very, very keen to see that they are actually benefiting from this. Once they go back to their country, what do you do to follow up?
A lot. A lot, of course. We actually, first of all, they are alumni. All of them. So we are always in the groups. We always have annual summits and meetings, and we have WhatsApp groups with them, and we follow with videos and sharing their stories in our websites and social media, success stories, if they have any challenge. if they have any things they need to update in their skills as well in the future, they still will be with us. And whoever we trained by us and have a scholarship, they will always continue with us, because medical field is always have things to upgrade and to renew. So it's not ending there. It's always with us, as much as we can, of course, afford.
Do you support them in establishing? So, for example, like you said, you have gone and trained an oncologist and they've come back to their country. One of the reasons why this country did not have oncologists is because, well, of very many things, like you said, lack of political goodwill, lack of capacity, lack of financial ability to set up. Once an oncologist has come back to a country that had 0 oncologists and therefore 0 cancer treatment centers and cancer care centers, what do you do to help them start off, to see their patients?
How I will help them to start off?
Setting up a clinic.
No, I mean, look.
Or have you gotten a government commitment that once we train these doctors and they come
they are
back?
being recommended by the government. The government has a plan that when they come back, they will have to have for them a clinic or so on. Otherwise, we will not send them for start. So it's always complemented by a plan of the government. And of course, there is a lot of things can be done, like chemotherapy, like surgical oncology, that it doesn't need. For example, radiology center or high equipments and so on. So there is a lot of things that it's basic. It was not even done that it can be done for cancer at the beginning. And then as soon as they are a good number, they start to do because they have fund. They have fund to do cancer, for example, center or so on, but they need to know where to start. And by the way, we might talk about it casually this way, but oncology training is very difficult to find. You cannot send an oncologist, because to have an oncologist you have to have a specialty first. This is if you have in a country, for example, you want to have pediatric oncology. Okay, the country has only one pediatrician. So send him to training, we will have no pediatrician. So it was very difficult to even allocate people to go for the training. I understand the difficulty, but we organized it in a way that it was really effective. And as soon as this happened, it will be easy for them to do the cancer center. Very easy, because this was the main challenge. Human resources.
Human resource. So I'm hearing you say also, and maybe you can just either clarify or say, it is absolutely necessary with the way that we have governments having been established right now and the way in which we work. It's absolutely necessary to have help from outside.
Yes, it's a multi-sectoral approach. It's a very high burden that one organization can handle. It has to be a multi-sectoral approach. It has to be international, global collaboration in many ways. Everyone comes with his expertise to help and organize, but under the umbrella of the local authorities and local partners.
I'm sure you know that Kenya is rolling out the universal health coverage.
Yes.
It's a big program in the country. The president has talked about it, leading from the front, conversations happening all over. Diabetes and hypertension, this basically starts off at that primary health level. And there's a lot that needs to be had in terms of information, creating awareness, and in terms of screening. What do you think for a government like Kenya or a country like Kenya needs to do to increase awareness and screening for diabetes and hypertension?
They're doing well, and you understand they're collaborating with groups. The groups I met yesterday was the the diabetes study group and the cardiology group society. They are doing great things, and I think the best thing is to collaborate, and they are collaborating with the Ministry of Health. Look, the burden is so high. It's a very high population. It's a very wide country. It's very difficult. It's very difficult. There's countries that are too small, it's 1 million population, and very small and still too hard. So it is, actually, I think that us, like media and art and groups and doctors, it's not only, it has to be multi-sectoral. It has to be even part of the education of schools. I think this could be a good idea also as part of the education of the children in schools, that how to prevent diabetes, how to early diagnose it, and so on, and hypertension and so on. So this one thing, education through the media and programs and awards, and like we are doing, through artists and songs, even to be part of films and movies and episodes and soaps and so on. So I think it will.
Indeed.
Yes.
We thank you very much for joining us today. Senator Dr. Rasha Khalej is the CEO of the Merck Foundation, also a senator in the Egyptian Senate, serving between 2020 up to 2025. So you get a nomination among the people who were nominated by the president to sit in the Senate. Can it be renewed after 2025?
I'm not sure, but of course I hope. It was a great honor and a pleasure to be part of this, and we've done a lot of nice things, defining a lot of policies to human rights and women rights, children rights, elderly rights. So I was really part of this. I was very proud of that, and I hope I will continue after 25.
Keep doing the good work that you're doing, Senator.
But can I say one thing before I go?
Yes.
Do you know that we have a TV show in KTN? Our Africa TV show.
Mm-hmm.
It's aired when? On Saturday or what? I think.
Yes.
Saturdays.
Yes.
So this is very important, because this is the reason why I came into Kenya to to talk about it, to invite all the viewers to because we raise awareness through all these topics I said: hypertension, diabetes, promoting health lifestyle, child marriage, educating girls through this TV show, but fashion and art with purpose.
Fantastic. Asante sana, Senator.
Thank
for
you.
joining us.
Thank you.
And all the best. Keep it here for more conversations coming up in the next hour. We've also been live on KTN Home, on SpiceFM, on YouTube and Facebook. The conversations continue on SpiceFM, YouTube and Facebook. Good morning. It's now 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
This is Newswire. I'm Dennis. I'll set a good morning. Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka today kickstarts campaigns for the Azimio One Kenya presidential candidate Raila Odinga with the two-day road trip Meet the People tour of Mombasa Road. The tour will begin from Lolongo all the way to Mtitande, covering 4 counties of Machakos, Makueni, Kajiado and Taita Taveta. On day 2, the Wiper leader is expected to tour Voi, Makinon all the way to Mombasa later in the afternoon, with the crowning rallies around the coastal city of Mombasa. Kalonzo will be hosted by Machakos Governor candidate for Wiper, Wavinya Ndeti, and host MP Patrick Makau in Mlolongo, Chumvi, and later Governor candidate for Makueni Mutula Kilonzo Jr., Women Rep Rose Museu, and Senator candidate Daniel Manzo takes over for the rest of the day. The Wiper leader says he will use his tour to popularize the Azimio One Kenya presidential candidate Raila Odinga, adding that this time round the political approach of the elections must be different, if only they are to expect a big win. Now, the running mate position is quickly becoming a headache for many parties. This after ANC leaders from Mount Kenya region told off UDA leaders from the region for holding Deputy President William Ruto hostage over the running mate position. The leaders said they should allow the Kenya Kwanza team leader to independently choose his running mate without being coerced or being blackmailed. Led by Kirinyaga County ANC gubernatorial candidate Peter Ireri, the leaders said that the region requires a proper agreement in how the issues of coffee, tea and other issues can be addressed, and not a position that benefits an individual. Addressing the press in Kirinyaga, the ANC leaders said that the Mount Kenya region has produced 3 presidents and deputy presidents, but it still lags behind in development. It already said that it is time for other leaders to take over the country's leadership so that the region can be able to negotiate for development. Nairobi County ANC Secretary Eric Mwangi said that it would be very selfish for UDA to produce a president and running mate while there are other parties that form Kenya Kwanza. Mwangi said that it is now time for ANC and Musalia Mudavadi to assume the running mate post. Now, 2 Chinese construction firms undertaking national government water flagship projects in Siaya County have been ordered to appear before the Directorate of Criminal Investigations for undermining government efforts to provide the locals with clean and potable water. Nyanza Regional Commissioner Mutindika, who led a team of the Regional Development, Implementation and Coordination Committee on a tour of the county, said the Chief Executive Officers of MS-Sangsi Geological Engineering Exploration Institute and MS Zongmei Engineering Group Limited will have to explain why they have persistently ignored instructions from government officials to perform their contractual obligations despite the extension of the contracts on several occasions. The regional commissioner lamented that the multi-million shilling presidential project, the Siaya Bondo Water Project's last mile connectivity and Ugunja Sega Ukwala Water Project are supposed to be commissioned by President Uhuru Kenyatta before leaving the office, adding that the government will not allow anyone to frustrate their completion. Now, as Form 1 admission continues, some schools will have to hold a thorough discussion with parents who are unable to pay school fees for their children. This is because of the poor background of some children and the hard economic times that parents are struggling with. According to the Kenya Secondary Schools Heads Association Chair Kahi Indimuli, they are admitting students for Form 1 with many cases of parents reporting without school fees being witnessed. Indimuli, who is also the Machakos school principal, however, warned parents riding on Magwa's directive that school heads should not send home students who are unable to pay school fees, saying the needy should be given priority after assessment has been made. The school has been given 530 slots for those joining Form 1 according to the NEMIS system, and they are optimistic that the target will be achieved. Now, Kisumu Governor Professor Anyang' Nyong'o has said that schools within the Kisumu city centre will be moved to the outskirts of the lakeside city to put the prime land on which they sit into economically valuable use. Nyong'o said his government is exploring ways to make the schools share amenities to save land for commercial use. Among the institutions set to be affected is the colonial-era Kisumu Boys High School, which is set to be relocated to the Kibos area. Others are Kisumu Girls High School, Manyata Arab School, the Kisumu County Referral Hospital, the main bus terminus, and the city Juakali Market. A plan unveiled last year shows that the Kisumu County Referral Hospital will at the same time be merged with the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital. The county boss said the city land should be used for commercial purposes by setting up profit-making establishment. The government was speaking ahead of the 2022 Afri-City Summit, which will be held in Kisumu from May 17th to 21st. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
Spice
There's
FM.
traffic on Mombasa Road this morning, and we're looking at it spilling over to North Airport. That's going to continue for some time. Southern Bypass looking pretty good. You can use that as an option to get out of the madness that is Mombasa Road. Langata Road not looking too bad. That has cleared up. My goodness, it's like Houdini's wand was waved here and it's disappeared on Langata Road. A little bit of traffic here and there on Raila Odinga Way. And then Uhuru Highway, some traffic getting out into the city. CBDs where the mishmash of traffic is happening. Getting out towards Westlands, there's where a little bit here and there. The thicker super highways giving it hot today. Ebbing and flowing, but then really heavy as you get past Survey. Not quite sure why that is so heavy until 9 o'clock this morning. Coming off of Kiambu Road, it continues as well. Okay, let's see. It's going to end later than usual today, traffic hour. We'll keep an eye on things. Let us know what you see. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This
It is 7
the
minutes after
Situation
9.
Room,
Kenya's
the
biggest
only way
conversation
to
enters the
start your
final
day.
hour on this 5th day of March 2022, and CT has the day's proverb.
Indeed, I do. From the delightful and wonderful country of Rwanda. You can outdistance that which is running after you, make note, but what is running inside you, you cannot.
Sounds so much like a Paul Kagame saying.
Sindio.
Kabisa, can try and outdistance that which is running after you.
Think of something.
But that which is inside you.
Yes. Think of a dog chasing after you if you're afraid of dogs. You can run and you may even create distance. But if you are fearful, that fear travels with you everywhere.
It goes with you.
It's with you. Even when that dog isn't there chasing you, it's with you.
It's with you.
Yes.
Indeed it is.
So first conquer what is within you.
Yes.
Or embrace it at the very
So when
end.
that dog
Embrace
comes,
what's
you
within
stand
you.
still and tell the dog,
Then
come.
you're like, come on.
What?
Yeah.
Who's your owner?
Who's your father?
Amekuambia nini?
Nini? Have you not barked enough?
So now just go back.
Go.
So there's a conversation that we started the day before yesterday, and this is after the realization that the Registrar of Political Parties, performing her duty as expected by law, cleared several people who wanted to go ahead and vie as independent candidates for the various seats. Now, clearance here means that she was just ascertaining that they are not members of political party. Because if you're a member of a political party, you cannot run as an independent. You can't be an independent DP member.
No?
An independent member of UDA is fine. No, you have to be out of the political party. Then you are clear to run as an independent candidate. So that's the first step. Then the other step will be, okay, go and then get a symbol that makes sense. Get that cleared again by the Registrar of Political Parties. You cannot look around and see that there's a party that has an orange, and then you come with yours and say, my orange is
slice.
green.
Oh, it's an orange slice.
Yes. But if their orange is orange, that one is a ripe orange.
Mine is still maturing.
Is maturing. It's a green orange.
Or it's an orange lime.
It's
orange
a lime.
lemon.
Yeah, it's just a size that is smaller. Who will tell the difference? The registrar will tell you there's likely to be a conflict and confusion. So come with a different symbol. So those are the things that will happen. And then those independents will appear then before the IEBC and get cleared. That's when they will become candidates. Until now, they're just aspirants. Nobody is a candidate yet. Even Raila Odinga is just a nominee of the Azimio blah, 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 blah party.
It's not a
but
party.
not yet a candidate. Okay? Only IEBC will then clear them and they become candidates. Now, what is it that the IEBC is saying? Okay, yeah, umeenda kwa registrar. Yes, you've done all those things. Yeah, she's verified that you're not a member of a political party. Okay, yes. And you want now to come and so we can make you a candidate in this election coming. One thing that we want you to do is, if you want to run as an independent MCA, you have to come to us and show us that you have some sufficient following in the ward that you're running. So, come with photocopies of 500 people in your ward.
Photocopy of the
IDs. Yeah, not photocopy of their photos. Photocopy of ID of 500 people.
Hakuna alternative. You can't bring birth certificate.
We want to see what they look like.
I'm just asking. Baptismal certificate.
The only thing that is recognized in Kenya for you to vie, for you to participate in Kenya's election is an ID.
Driving license?
Kanayo.
All right. Passport?
Kanayo. Ile kitabu ya Postbank? Kanayo.
Okay.
Ledger.
Letter from chief?
Kanayo.
Okay. Just asking.
Okay. IDs, 500. If you want to run as an MP or as a woman rep, as an independent, come with 1,000 supporters backing you. That is copy of their national ID cards and their signatures. Don't just go and steal IDs and take copies. Signature and ID copy of 1,000. You want to be president of the Republic of Kenya. What you need to do is you go to 24 counties, collect IDs, copies and signatures, and come with 2,000 of them.
Not per county, but overall.
2,000 overall.
Okay.
What I want, anyway, go on before I ask you what I want to understand.
What do you want to understand? You ask now.
Okay, let me ask now, forever keep my peace. What I want to ask now, all these things, possible.
Yes.
Doable.
Yes.
How is IBC going to verify whether all these people are actually alive?
IBC will look at the register. Remember, they are the custodians of the voter register. You're not coming with an ID.
You're coming with a list of people that they don't already have.
I'm just asking you this question. From the time, voter register is not those who registered this year.
It's all of them.
From eternity.
Yes.
Now, in between, as in from up until, not everybody is alive who was not a voter register. How is
what
it?
What IBC is doing now, remember they halted the process of registration of voters or transferring of voters until next year, March. That is so that we can start verification of the register now.
What are they doing to verify? What I'm asking
So
is...
number one thing is that they want City Muga to go and verify that he just go and check. I am City Muga, I am registered in this ward, I am registered in this constituency, this is my polling station, number one. Number two, they have contracted these audit firms to do that audit. Okay? So they're doing that. So in the meantime, if you come and you have 1,000 supporters and their copies of IDs, IBC will just subject them to. So you say in this particular, you want to vie as a member of parliament for Makadara, IDs. Are these people registered voters in Makadara? Don't go to Shimanzi and bring IDs and say these ones are my supporters and you want to be MP for Makadara. They will not vote for you anyway. Are we together? So that's the process that IEBC will go through.
I was thinking more of, are they going to work in tandem with the registrar of deaths and births and deaths?
Probably.
Just asking.
Probably.
Just asking.
It's a good question. Probably. Now the problem here is this has not happened before. In 2013 and 2017, those who wanted to vie as independents were just coming to vie as independents.
They were just independently allowed to go and vie.
Now IEBC has said this new introduction, the introduction of these new measures. And the independent candidates through the Independent Candidates Forum of Kenya, which is chaired by independent candidate Esther Thairo, whose other members include independent presidential candidate Pigeon Odemwengu, independent presidential candidate Ruben Kigame, and others. Were meeting yesterday and they said, this is now discrimination.
Why?
This is discriminatory because it is, let me read a quotation from what they said. Speaking outside the IEBC offices in Nairobi, Ms. Dairo, who is vying for the Nairobi governor's seat, said the demand for signatures came too late and is accusing the IEBC of scheming to lock out potential candidates. This requirement is unfair to independent candidates because it's put so close to the qualification deadline, seeing that candidates have a short time to collect all that is required. The time between the gazettement and the return of the documents and ID card copies is barely 2 weeks. This timing is ill-intentioned. The collection of ID cards from citizens is difficult because of prevailing fear of data abuse. Ruben Kigame, who is seeking the presidency, asked the IEBC chairman Wafula Chebukati to postpone this requirement to give all candidates a fair playing field. Should the IEBC insist, then we ask that sufficient sensitization be done by giving information to voters.
Excuse me, teacher.
To the effect that this is an election requirement and allay their fear regarding data abuse. The teacher is first of all finishing the class before hearing questions from the back. One other independent candidate, Ranjana Goresia, who's an MCA aspirant, says the civic education is necessary for this requirement to avoid unnecessary challenges. Okay, now I'll take questions.
Excuse me.
Yes, members of the press.
Please. When did IEBC let these aspirants know about these requirements, please?
Too late.
No, when?
Just too late.
When now?
Too late. I don't have the date, actually. It's not here.
Okay.
I'll check as we continue.
Sorry, please. I have
But what they're saying is, you just told us this thing. If we see this, it appears like they were just told just the other day.
Okay,
this is one of the requirements.
Okay, fine. Now, another question.
Yes.
Amongst this pool of independent candidates,
yes,
not all of them jumped into the independent pool today or 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
Some of them, from the very beginning,
they knew they wanted to be
that they were going to go in as independent.
Yes.
Was there no requirement shared in terms of communication about what then was required by the IEBC, knowing full well what you needed to do as an independent? Or were they just allowed to wade in the water? What was it? They did not know, because for some reason, those who then aspire to be president or whatever under political parties then know what needs to be done. We know that there's a provision for independence. Were they not privy to any information whatsoever about what they ought to have done as independent candidates or aspirants?
That's what they're saying.
They didn't know. Anything was not given. If that is the case, one, that's unfair. Two, if you look at this critically, I think what is trying to be avoided is this jump ship mechanism that is used for a lot of folks. When they're in a party, they don't get the nomination, and then they say, all right, you know what we're going to do? We're going to go independent. Should it be that you actually have the support that is in your mind, that you have the support, and that is what propels you to say, you know what, I still have a good shot at this thing, so let me go independent. You still have your support, supposedly. So what IEBC is asking you to do is just bring that support, put it down on a piece of paper, and let us know that it exists.
Okay.
Abi?
Okay.
So, but this is all fair. Should it be that previously we know if you're running on a party, this is what your requirements are. If you're running as an independent, because we knew that there will be people who will come and run as independents, these are the requirements. Are we really saying that IEBC did not, up until maybe 10 days ago, let independents know that this is the requirement for you? Really?
Until the 20th of April.
They did not.
Is when the IEBC came out and said independent candidates statutory timelines towards the 9th August general election. And they put this as Kenya Gazette.
They only brought about this timeline literally less than a month ago.
Here we go. Let me just read this details. Published by the IEBC on their Twitter handle on the 20th of April 2022. Statutory timelines towards the August 9th general election. Independent candidates on or before Monday the 2nd of May 2022 submit to the commission a clearance certificate from the ORPP confirming that one is not a member of any registered political party, to be submitted at Anniversary Towers 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. on that day. Remember, 2nd now turned out to be a public holiday, so obviously now moved to the 3rd. Submit to the Commission symbols that they intend to use in the election upon clearance from ORPP. This submission to be made in the prescribed Form 11N and Form 11P and electronic version of the symbol at Anniversary Towers, blah, blah, blah. Further, independent candidates are advised that the Commission shall publish in the Kenya Gazette the names and symbols of persons intending to contest in the general election on or before the 13th of May. Independent candidates will proceed to the respective county and constituency offices to be issued with their forms. Independent candidates are expected to deliver the response returning officer duly filled forms of supporters, accompanied by corresponding copies of ID documents of the voters who have appended their signatures in support of their candidature. The Commission shall reject the candidature of any independent candidate for any elective post if the candidate is not qualified or eligible for election under the Constitution or any other written law.
I'm sorry.
So this is what they're saying. You only told us now in April about this ID requirement. You had not told us before.
Amongst the other things which you must have told us before, you did not tell us about this ID requirement until the 20th of April. Then I am there with them.
Then the second thing that they're saying, okay, if you want us to do the ID, it's fine. We can actually, we have talk on our ground in yetu, ground in Sisi.
However,
it's all right. However, Kenyans are sensitive about data and privacy. Now, if you want us to do that, then please go ahead of us to the people and tell them, we shall be requiring independent candidates to come and ask you for ID. Yes. Should they come and ask you for ID, just know that, yes, it's us who have required that of them. Because remember, the other political party candidates are not asking for copies of ID. It's only the independents who are coming asking for a copy of ID. So even if you were just a voter and you had one candidate coming to tell you, give me a copy of your ID, so you'll be like, aye.
These other guys didn't ask me. Why?
And I've never been asked of this thing before.
You know why the ID
What do you want to do with my ID? And remember the ID issues?
It's very, very sensitive because, stories abound. Whether there's evidence to support it, that's a different story. But stories abound. Stories abound of IDs being collected, not so much that people can vote, but so that you can actually stifle the voting process.
So you can deny them.
Yes, exactly. So anytime, yes, Ndu, I know I see you shaking your head.
No, I'm not shaking. I'm agreeing. I'm saying, okay.
You agree by shaking your head.
You know, there's a tribe, I can't remember which country it is, but they nod in agreement and they shake their head. No, rather, they nod in disapproval, disagreement, and then they shake their head in approval. So,
okay. I even know because other communities who clap when they disagree with you. Yes. So, when you ask someone for their ID or a copy of the ID itself, copy, has ID number. Now, the ID number in this country unlocks very many things.
It does.
Very, very many. Now, this Forum for Restoration of Independent Parties is, yes, this...
Well, that's what they're actually called.
No, that's what I'm calling it.
They're called the Independent Candidates Forum.
See, that's what I just said. They have an extremely valid point.
Yeah.
It is... Their voice will not be as clearly heard as that of the IEBC when it comes to telling people, folks, your copies of your IDs will be needed and they're needed for this purpose. That path needs to be cleared for them by the one body in this country whose mandate is to do what? To ensure that we have these elections, that they're credible, and they're also credible.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think when it comes to that, the sensitivity of IDs and voting, it's crucial. I hear what they're saying. What they're saying is, if you want us to get this, then you have got to go and tell the people that they can give us these IDs.
So they're being reasonable about it. You know, they haven't put their foot down and saying,
no,
Sisi, forget, go suck a lemon. We are doing nothing of that sort. No, they're saying, okay. First of all, in addition to that, time.
But explain, what's the rationale? Why? What's this requirement that you must come and show me that you have 2,000 people per county in times 24 counties?
I can understand from the aspect of support. This is why I asked the question initially that was this requirement made known earlier on? Because surely they must understand that to do this will take some time. Even if you have the support,
I think they do.
It's going to take some time. So is there an intentional move here to lock some of these folks out by this requirement?
I'm actually not even
because it doesn't make sense to me otherwise. I can understand why you need to show
I'm not
support.
going to give it much thought.
Yeah.
For me, it's clearly nefarious. I mean,
it does. And then you're saying before
April, we have an election in August. Everything else...
The clearance deadline is mid this month.
Yes.
And the specificity of your request is that one of, we need to see this picture.
We have a timetable for this election.
Yes.
May 16 to 22, pre-nomination meetings between IEBC returning officers and aspirants. It's timetabled. June 9th to 10th, collection of nomination papers at IEBC constituency offices. June 2nd to 10th, MC aspirants return nomination papers. May 30th to June 1st, National Assembly aspirants submit nomination papers. May 30th to June 2nd, Senate aspirants. June 7th to 20th, governors. May 20th to August 6th, campaign period. So what we're doing now is not campaign period. That's something else.
No.
Okay? August 9th, general election. Okay. This should have been in the timetable. So we know.
100%. So it really does seem as though what you've done here, you see that whole group, that whole thing we're complaining about, where how really is it going to be having all of these people on the ballot? IEBC has taken this thing and thrown a cat among the pigeons and said, poof, you know what? Now bring me the pictures. I clearly don't have time. Oh, if you don't have time, then clearly you cannot clear it.
Surely, yeah. I mean, sure,
you know, even if the intentions were supposedly good, How do you justify, given the sudden nature of these requirements and the time you have in which to achieve this? Tell me. Had they been told this thing last year, they would have had time to collect.
This is it.
Even as they're campaigning, this is part of what they'd be talking about.
Campaign is, yes.
The year of the election.
Support me, please sign here. Please give me a copy of your ID.
Because this is the thing, folks, that these are not all the requirements for independent candidates. There are others which have been previously shared with them. Why wasn't it anticipated that you will have some people who will jump ship? Because you know that that is what independence provides. That it provides another route for somebody else to be elected because they did not agree with party, whatever, right? You already knew that that was going to be the case. You knew that as late as the time when nomination certificates had been given, you will still have some people who will leave said party and go independent. These are not individuals who started off the process as independents. So there were requirements that you gave to them before. You knew. Why is it, if it was so important to prove that still you have the support on the ground, why did you not make it one of the requirements that you had given them before? You gave them other requirements. Why did you not give it to them before? Had you given it to them before, by the way, my argument would have changed. My argument would have been at, but you people knew before now. If you said that you were going to go independent, you knew that you needed to do this, you should have done it then. But if you're telling them on the 20th of April and May 16th, Abi, when did they say it is? May 16th is the next deadline that we're looking at. No. Then obviously there's something untoward going on.
You're being given a month to do this.
No.
Jipange, my friend.
No.
And then you're 4 months and a bit before the actual election.
Jipange.
You had told them other things.
Not only that.
You had told them other things. You should have told them this one then. It's not that you thought about it.
You knew what they needed to do to be able to be independent aspirants. Okay? They wanted, one of the basic requirements was you were not a registered member of any party. At this point in time, why didn't they say all these things?
And you also knew that you will have people on this independent list who were previously members of political parties.
You know this.
They left for a reason. You knew that this individual still needed to prove that they had support on the ground. You knew this then. I mean, anybody. It just makes sense. Why didn't you say it then?
Even if you want to take the view that there's nothing untoward about this, how do you?
You can't.
It has, as I said, nefarious written all over it.
You can't.
It's a tight one, right?
No, I mean, surely, how do you even say, look, folks, it is a good thing to do? Yes, it may be. But when there are the constraints that we're talking about, how then is it good?
Even if you want to try and be on the side of IEBC, okay, it's not a competition. Even if you want to try and understand where IEBC is coming from and see what they have to say, this one, it has more.
Actually, we understand where they're coming from. That's the whole point.
But this one, the way they put it like this, you get as it be.
9:30. Let's take this quick break, and also we'll be taking your calls after the break. 0719-012-600. Is it fair for the IEBC to require independent aspirants to present copies of IDs of their supporters before they get cleared to run in the election? Is it fair for this requirement that independent aspirants must present, among other things, copies of IDs and signatures of their supporters? If you want to run as MCA, collect 500 signatures from your ward. If you want to run as an MP or as a woman rep or as a senator, you need to bring 1,000 signatures from your ward. If you want to run as president, get 2,000 signatures from each of at least 24 counties. Hey, copy of ID and signature. Jokes. Let's hear from them, from you, 0719-012-600. Remember, we want you to upgrade to the new Samsung A series, the A33, the A53, and the A73.
Yeah. City likes taking pictures. You know, like even when we're having breakfast out there, City's on, come, let's take a picture of this breakfast before we start.
For the gram.
For the gram. Let's do it for the gram. City does it for Erasmus.
Yes.
And then he says, we're leaving the studio, let's take another picture. Now, City. If you want to make sure that you've captured these pictures for life, it's in numbers, man. A33, A53, A73. You want to take your selfie game to the next level. You know how we always talk about the next level? This is the real next level. It's making awesome. It's putting awesome here.
At my fingertips.
I'm telling you. It's unbelievable.
The site just above my nose.
This one is not that somebody told me. This one I saw for myself. We even removed Eric from a picture.
Just like that.
You're speaking carelessly.
28 minutes to 10.
The Situation Room Kenya's biggest conversation. Brought to you by Colgate.
Forgiveness is always conditional. Even before God, there's nothing like unconditional forgiveness.
Government doesn't pay you pension until you retire. In fact, they have no money for you. The day you retire, they look for it.
This country is punishing many young people. These young people are more susceptible to be deceived, to be taken advantage of, and they're more susceptible to be bought off.
Let us also talk about where we want our country to go. You know, we are a population of very young people.
We're in a state of capture. The judiciary is under duress. Parliament is in the pocket of the executive. You don't sit and wait for the regime to topple itself. It will never do so.
By the way, let me tell you, these guys are so persuasive. I'm telling you, they can persuade you to sell your grandmother. I'm telling you, they can sell sand in the desert.
City, has anybody on this program said to you as a guest, saying, "Oh, shut up, we don't want to be told what to do"? Has you ever that kind of... Has anybody been
I will not listen.
bit of advice? Because you're working on the premise that we should all pay heed to these proverbs. It's a very suspect notion.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's now raining in Nairobi at 18 degrees, highs of 23 and lows of 24. We'll see lows of 15. Mostly sunny conditions at 18 in Nakuru, highs of 23 and lows of 14. Light rain now in Nyeri at 17, highs of 23 and we'll see lows of 14. 12 will be the low in a mostly sunny Eldoret, currently at 17 degrees, going to highs of 25. Rain showers continue in Mombasa at 25, highs of 30 and lows of 24, while we'll see lows of 25 in a rainy Malindi, currently at 26, going to highs of 30. It's raining in Kisumu, partly sunny conditions for now, going back into rain at 24, highs of 29 and lows of 18. Partly sunny at 24, highs of 27 and lows of 15 in Kakamega. Light rain in Kampala at 24, highs of 27, and we'll see highs of 30 in a rainy Dar es Salaam, also at 26, coming down to lows of 23. 14 degrees and sunny in Johannesburg. 21 will be the high and lows of 10. And at 24, it's mostly sunny in Lagos, highs of 32 and lows of 23. Mostly sunny at 25. Kinshasa is going to see highs of 32 and lows of 24. Looking into Beijing, sunny at 29, highs of 30 and lows of 16, while it's cloudy in Paris at 11. It'll go to highs of 20 and lows of 9. 10 degrees and sunny in London, highs of 20, and New York is cloudy at 15 coming into Thursday. We'll see highs of 23 and lows of 11. All right, we're calling out of traffic hour this morning. Hasn't lasted for too long, but the Thika Superhighway has been doing something today. We're not quite sure why that has been so busy, but it has been. Quite a lot of folks trying to get in and out of the city. We still have back-to-back traffic all the way through to the Utali Drift, and Kiambu Road is doing that thing this morning. Back-to-back traffic, in and outbound, and we see that it's going to continue for some time. All right, coming out of Westlands as well, still some traffic today. Ring Road Westlands still jam-packed, and then going out through to Chiromo from Riverside. That still continues this morning. Mombasa Road not doing too badly. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE through the morning on Twitter. Text 40127.
Business news with SpiceFM.
I'm Dennis Aseto. In the latest plan tabled in Parliament for MPs review, Kenya is seeking billions of shillings to purchase houses and mobility vehicles for visiting presidents and other international VIPs, emphasizing the liability of running Kenya's foreign affairs on taxpayers. According to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs CS Rachel Omamo, the procurement of these houses is aimed at cutting reliance on five-star hotels and will secure accommodation for the foreign luminaries. The ministry has not yet released the strategy budget. Now, the Capital Markets Authority will no longer flex the rules for raising funds privately. This in an effort to protect naive investors and conceal gaps that big firms such as Saito use to raise billions of shillings without regulatory inspection. Henceforth, firms seeking to raise money through secluded offers will be required to produce a list of budding financiers before tapping the market for the funds, and the registry must be provided to to the regulator. Companies raising money privately will not be allowed to advertise, market or use agents to notify the public about the fundraising. And the Kenya Private Sector Alliance is keen to team up with the Japanese government to upsurge value addition of its exports as the symmetry of trade inclines towards Japan. Kenya anticipates value addition of its exports to help in commencing a solid economic growth to help narrow the gap with Japanese investment and technical expertise. The Industrialization and Trade CS Betty Maina said that 2022 marks the 29th year of notable achievements of the African-led development and international cooperation with Japan through the Tokyo International Conference for Africa Development, which began in 1993. For Spice Business, I'm Dennis Aseto.
Spice FM Business. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
22 minutes.
94.4.
This conversation. It continues. We want to hear from you. 0719-012-600. That's 0719-012-600. Independent candidates, independent aspirants are saying, look, it's unfair for the IEBC to require us to get copies of IDs and signatures of our supporters from across the country if you are a presidential candidate, or from across the constituency, or from across a ward. This is not fair. It's discriminatory. They say it's discriminatory, untimely, it's punitive, it's expensive, it's intrusive to citizen privacy, and a requirement not enforced by IEBC in previous elections.
You see, what is of interest is that the political registrar of political parties has given many of these people the nod. Carry on. IEBC now. Before nod.
Carry us.
Photocopy.
What do you think of this? Otiende in Nairobi, good morning.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Good morning, CT, Mwalimu, Okoh.
Good morning, Otiende.
Yes, just have a curious question.
Yes.
Now, this idea about independence going to look for IDs and all that. Now, my question is, the owners of these IDs, will they be required not to be members of political parties? Or are they independent voters?
No, that's Pana Bwana. You know, now, Otiende.
Yes.
We only have to deal with one spanner at a time.
Yes.
Wewe umeleta karibu spanner tano in this conversation.
Umeleta toolbox.
Yeah, I'm just curious because
it's a good question.
These people, they belong to a political party, isn't it?
However, you see, when you're going to an election, when you're going to an election on August 9th, you'll not vote on the basis of the political party you support. You'll vote as a voter. The requirement for you to register as a voter has nothing at all to do with membership of a political party or a union or a club or a circle. So I guess when you say that I have been supported by these voters in my constituency, I think that should suffice, because those are the people that you'll be asking to vote for you.
No, but there is a requirement that voters should belong to a political party. Maybe it's a foolish question, but I'm just curious.
That's true. I know. I hear what you're asking. It's a very good question, very valid question.
Supposing I'm a member of NAC Kenya, and then now there's an independent, candidate that I want to vote for. Those guys will go check and find that I'm a member of, I'm a supporter of NAC Kenya. And then what happens?
You know, the question is very valid, but there is something which is equally valid when it comes to the process of voting. No one really knows who you vote for.
Yes.
And I think the IEBC understands that very, very well. I may be a member of a political party, yes, but when it comes to the MCA, I like this particular individual, though they belong to some party that I've never even heard of.
Okay.
I'm not required to vote for my party. My party may want me to vote for their person, but if I think I want to vote for an individual who's not in that party, that is my personal choice. This is the beauty of an electoral process like ours. At the end of the day, you decide not which party you're voting for, who you're voting for.
supposing I'm a member of KANU, and on election day, I feel like I don't want to vote for KANU. I want to vote for maybe the Jubilee guy. What happens?
It's your choice.
So you vote for the guy?
The same.
Nobody will even know. It's secret ballot.
Oh, okay.
Have you voted before?
Yeah, I've voted many times.
Precisely. And how many people have you told the truth of who you voted for?
Nobody.
Bas.
It's just. You know the reason I'm asking this is because there was this requirement of people must belong to this political party.
That's at nomination
So
stage.
just curious. Yeah.
At nomination stage for you, well, it was scattered by the courts. But what is contained in the new Political Parties Act is at nomination, only members of your political party shall participate in the nomination process of your candidates.
Oh, I get.
Yeah.
I get.
Thank
you.
you,
You guys are doing a good job. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for calling.
You're doing a good job.
Asante. Zachary.
Yeah, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
I hope everyone there is okay and all right and kicking and, you're having a good show today. And, I thank you.
Asante.
So that guy has asked the immediate previous caller, has asked a very valid question. Although you have ably and aptly explained to him about the need of the idea of the membership of any party during nominations and not during the election day. I just called to say that the IBC is putting so many unnecessary and useless bottlenecks to actually lock out the independent candidates. And let me say this, Mr. Eric. Going forward from this election and all the drama that you have seen, leading to August 9.
Yes.
Independent candidates is the way to go. And people are talking of the liberation of that liberation. I'm calling for the liberation of what? There's something like that, yeah? The person who is going to liberate people, economically, socially, everything, yeah? Is actually being brewed at the independence corner. Because these are the guys who have shown that, okay, our honchos, the guys who own the political parties are saying it is Eric.
Yes.
And the ideas and the writing of the people goes towards Marimadro. Yeah. But then somebody is saying, "Oh, Marimadro is old. Who shall be holding his walking stick when he is talking?" Yet we, the people, want Andrew. You know his age, yes.
Yes.
We know where he comes from, but we want that guy. So the honchos are saying that is what we want to do because he looks like, I don't want to say the snake queen or whatever. But people, let me say this, Mr. Eric, yeah? IBC should actually, how do I give my ID to a person, to a private person? And I know about the data, whatever, the data theft. Yeah, you call it identity theft, yeah? Why do they need it? Why should they need it? If my signature is there and my ID number is there,
is enough.
The rest of the details should remain to me and the government, yeah?
Okay. Zachary, thank you.
Therefore, this is nonsense. Let those guys be and simplify their candidature.
Okay. Let's look at what the Constitution says. Qualifications and disqualification for election as president, Article 137 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. 137.1. A person qualifies for nomination as a presidential candidate. Okay? If that person is a citizen of Kenya by birth. B. Is qualified to stand for election as a member of parliament. C is, we're going and, okay, C is nominated by a political party or is an independent candidate and is nominated by not fewer than 2,000 voters from each of a majority of the counties.
That is when you want to stand as a who?
As a president of this republic.
President?
Yes.
Okay.
And this is the Katiba. It says, number one, Citizen of you were born in Kenya.
Born.
Yes.
You may have acquired citizenship, but you're not born, you don't qualify.
Yes, citizen by birth. 2, qualified to stand for election as a member of parliament. And we already know the qualifications for member of parliament, but for clarity, I'll go back into those ones and tell you.
Okay.
3, nominated by a political party or as an independent. And 4, nominated by not fewer than 2,000 voters from each of a majority of the counties. That is, not fewer than 2,000 voters from each of at least 24 counties.
In the country.
In the country. Whether you are independent or no. Are we together? Even Raila, when he goes to IEBC, he will show the Azimio certificate, and he'll be needed to show that he has 2,000 in at least 24 counties.
So they knew before.
So Ruben Kigame will show that he's been cleared by ORPP as an independent, and he has 2,000 from each of 24 counties.
This 2,000 is what? Names, copies of ID, what?
You see now, if you are nominated by no fewer than 2,000, what does that mean? How do you show that you've been nominated by no fewer than?
Name, ID number, signature.
Yes.
But not necessarily a copy of your ID.
That is where now the issue
That is the
now
contention.
Yes.
That is the contention. Because you can get your folks to get you that list of people with signatures, right? But in this case, you're asking people to do something further and bring you a copy of their ID. That's where the contention is. Not that did we know we needed this 2,000. No, I think they did. They did. But now you're putting a requirement on top of a requirement, asking me to basically physically have people give me this document. And that's the problem.
Remember
within the time
promoters-
period that has been stipulated,
Yes.
it is impossible.
The promoters of BBI the other day, okay?
Just the other day.
Just the other day, Junet Mohammed and Dennis Waweru. They went around the country. So you know the other promoters. See, we all know it started from them. It didn't start from anywhere else.
Yes, please.
They went around the country and collected signatures and ID numbers. And when they went to IEBC and IEBC took some time at Bomas, IEBC was verifying signatures and ID numbers. They did not ask for photocopies
of
Nope,
ID.
they did not.
of IDs.
No.
So now this one is where the issue is.
Yes.
Why are you requiring copies of IDs?
When we know it is only required when you're opening a bank account.
I have a problem with it. I do. Because if anything, it points to that you're trying to lock people out. That's what you're trying to do. That you're trying to either one way solve this problem of 1 million people on the ballot and have a 50-page booklet for people to be able to vote come the 9th of August. And you're trying to solve that problem this way because there's no other way to explain it to me. That why within this short period of time, we're talking about 3 weeks, 2 weeks, you're asking people to now go and get copies of IDs of these said 2,000 people, and it's not something you've told us before. We already gave you, to be independent in the first place, you already had the 2,000 people that you needed per whatever, maybe in some cases more, by having their names, their numbers, and their signatures. You already have this. But now on top of it, there's a caveat to the caveat saying...
Add a copy.
Add a copy. What on earth
For
are
you
you
to
doing?
get a copy, you basically ask for this person's ID to go photocopy and then bring
come
back
and
the
bring
ID.
to you. What are you doing? You're telling people basically that you're locking them out. And then not only have you asked them to do this activity, you've put a time frame on it and said by this date it should be done. Should you not do this, then you don't meet the threshold. It is unfair. Come on. You're doing everything short of telling them, you know what, you're not going to be on the ballot. Yeah. Come on. What are we talking about? Or do you think that these people just by a flick of the wrist will have 2,000 ID copies of the folks who are supporting them in their pocket or in a drawer somewhere in their kitchen? What are we talking about? You're basically telling people that they can be knocked off the list. Which, again, is why I asked, when did they receive this information? They received it on the 20th of April. You're smoking some serious stuff now.
Is it fair for the IEBC to require aspirants to present copies of their supporters' IDs for them to get cleared to run in the August 9th election? That's the question we were asking you. 0719-012-600. The Independent Parties, Independent Candidates Forum met yesterday at the steps of the IEBC offices and they said, "Ai bwana, no, this is unfair, this is discriminatory," and all.
Let's correct a notion. Arab Sang says the requirement for signatures and IDs applies to all candidates and not only independent candidates. This is true. It is very true. However, what independent candidates are then being asked to do now is to present a copy of these 20 or these 2,000 IDs. A copy is very different from a signature. Let's just be clear. Very different from somebody's signature, which they had already gotten for you in the first place. Now, on top of that, you're asking them to do more. Unless I've really gotten it wrong. Unless I've gotten it completely wrong. But this...
The notice that was issued by the IEBC on that date that you've said is the one that says this. And I'm reading the requirements. Number 1, the Commission shall publish in the Kenya Gazette names and symbols of persons intending to contest in the election as independent candidates on or before the 13th of May. Today is the 5th. The independent candidates will then proceed to the respective county and constituency offices to be issued with statutory forms for purposes of collecting particulars of their supporters. Independent candidates are expected to deliver to the respective returning officers duly filled forms of supporters accompanied by corresponding copies of the identification documents of the voters who have appended their signatures in support of their candidature. The Commission shall reject the candidature of any independent candidate for any elective post if the candidate is not qualified or eligible for election under the Constitution, the Elections Act 2011, or any other written law. That requirement of accompanied by corresponding copies of the IDs, that is where the bone of contention is. Copy of ID. What for? If I can bring signatures and ID numbers, you do the job of verifying that these voters are these signatures actually and the ID numbers belong to registered voters and belong to registered voters in the constituencies or in the counties or in the wards.
And if it was so important, then it would have been a requirement across board. Across board.
Let's actually even assume that even those in the political parties are told this. This is madness.
We will do. They will do it now.
Because the thing you're saying is that, yeah. You see, even as a candidate, if you want to vie as a political party nominee, you will bring the certificate of nomination and also you'll show the support that you have.
Yes.
And showing the support, if they require you to come with a copy of your ID, it's a logistical nightmare.
Nightmare. It's a logistical impossibility.
It is
copy of ID.
Complete madness. Complete madness. 0719-012-600. What do you think of this? Does it make sense? Is it fair? Is it not fair? Or what do you think? Audrey from Kino, you're on the line. Have you just dropped? I was about to pick your call as well. So 0719-012-600. Audrey, you can call. You've got about 2 minutes for you to put in your thoughts on this. Here she is. Audrey, good morning.
Good morning, Eric. How are you?
Very well. It's been a while, Audrey.
Yeah, I know it's been a while.
If you're well, we are fine. We are happy.
Yes, I'm well. Good morning, Do. Good morning, City.
Good morning,
Audrey.
So, I'm just wondering, I mean, I'm a normal Kenyan walking on the streets, and someone approaches me requesting for the copy of my ID. Who, in their right senses, is going to give out the photocopy of the ID?
Somebody who works for IBC.
I mean, in the world where we hear all the time, someone complaining, oh, Safaricom, someone has stolen money from my pesa, oh, Safaricom, my number has been swapped. Yeah. And you want people to give out copies of their IDs? I mean, what were they thinking when they're coming up with this decision?
Why don't they set the example and give copies of their IDs first?
Exactly my point.
So that we can have an example that can be followed, beginning with Chebukati. Yes.
They give the copies to strangers, total strangers.
Somebody you don't
Ideally, it should not be a stranger. Exactly. You're a supporter of this person, so you're not a stranger to this person, or the person is not a stranger to you. If you're a supporter of Eric, who is an independent candidate, then Eric is not a stranger.
No, Eric. Yeah. I may be a supporter of Ruto, but I don't know him personally on a personal level.
Sasa
He is
ukimpatia
still a
ID.
stranger.
Sasa mtajuana vizuri
So I
kupeana
can't
ID.
really give him a copy of my ID.
Thank you, Audrey. We hear you. Let's hear from Jack in Eldoret. Good morning. Jack.
What are you saying about those signatures and IDs?
What have you had us
Because,
saying?
if I am a UDA member na nimechoka nao wase, so watakuja kuangalia kama pia signature ni za kuna kitu kama membership ya independent ni chama
ni kama
kama watasema jina yangu iko kwa UDA, so
huwezi support independence.
yeah, kwa sababu unajua shida these independent candidates are so many, unaona. So wanajaribu kuseparate men from boys. Naona juu wengi wanaingia pale tu wajaribu kupunguza. Yes, otherwise
Sawa, tumekusikia.
signatures hata hizo wanaweza iba tu hizo.
Thank you. Let's hear Ronnie in Kiambu as we conclude. Good morning.
Hi.
Quickly,
Okay,
in about 30 seconds. Is it fair or is it not fair?
Now, my only concern is we have the Data Commissioner, we have the Data Protection Act, which honestly is just it's a shamble. When you talk about data and giving citizens information to dubious institutions like the IEBC, for me, I feel like we like you guys are saying, we're trying to lock out candidates who have potential to change the course of this country. The system does not want change.
Kabisa.
Yeah. So
Thank you.
I think we as citizens we need to stand up, even if they lock them out. I am going to put their name on the ballot. It'd rather be a spoiled vote.
Thank you. Thank you, Ronnie. We hear you, and thank you very much for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation today about water. Let me tell you, as we talk about water, this is what a tweet that has just come out of Kivutha Kibwana's tweet. Governor Kivutha Kibwana, since 1963, the Kamba Nation has begged for water from Serikali in vain. Through irrigated agriculture and value addition, the community can feed Kenya. In August, the community's 2.5 million votes will count. Kura hizi hazitaenda na maji kama ya ardhi, inaenda Indian Ocean bila kutusaidia. Go to Naivas?
Yes, but now if you go to Naivas, you can get some more people actually get water by the end of the year, not just August, by December 2022. What you need to do, buy a pack of Colgate. 10 shillings from that goes to making sure that more people have water around the country because of Colgate and well boring.
Asante sana. Thank you for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation. We'll be back tomorrow morning. Have a lovely day. It's 10 o'clock.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. The running mate position is quickly becoming a headache for many parties. This after ANC leaders from Mount Kenya region told off UDL leaders from the region for holding Deputy President William Ruto hostage over the running mate position. The leaders said they should allow the Kenya Kwanza team leader to independently choose his running mate without being coerced or being blackmailed. Led by Kirinyaga County ANC gubernatorial candidate Peter Nyeri, the leaders said that the region requires a proper agreement in how the issues of coffee, tea and other issues can be addressed and not a position that benefits an individual. Addressing the press in Kirinyaga, the ANC leader said that the Mount Kenya region has produced 3 presidents and deputy presidents but still lags behind in development. Nyeri said that it is time for other leaders to take over the country's leadership so that the region can be able to negotiate for development. Nairobi County ANC Secretary Eric Mwangi said that it will be very selfish for UDA to produce a president and a running mate while there are other parties that form the Kenya Kwanza alliance. These as parties in the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance have until the close of business today to submit their nominees for consideration as Raila Odinga's running mate amid raging debate. The panel of eminent persons seeking Odinga's running mate held its inaugural meeting and named former cabinet minister Noah Kesa as its chairperson. who made the announcement. Elizabeth Mayo will, however, remain the secretary of the committee, while lawyer Paul Mwangi has been appointed as the legal advisor. The committee, however, warned that it will only consider nominations from parties in the coalition. Raila's running mate post has sparked a major political debate in town, with leaders including Deputy President William Ruto saying Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka's profile is too big for him to face a panel because he served as former president